Hello. What street number is this? It's 223. And hello there, Tom. There's someone in my world named Tom. I'm working on a game here. It's a multiplayer game. It's sort of inspired by the Ultima games from the 1990s. It's top-down 2D tile pixel art with role-playing game elements in it. And we have some elements of the game and a whole lot missing. I do this every day during the week, adding a little bit more every day. So yesterday I did a bit of work on the combat system, so you can now fight the monsters that spawn, and they fight you back. They're a little bit dumb though. If you step away from them, you lose aggro and they stop fighting you. Let me log into my test environment here to show ya. So here I am in my test environment game. It's the same as the game that's on the web right now, only it's a little bit more current because I work on the game a bit locally, and then, I don't know, every week or two I push the updates to live servers. So if I'm next to an NPC right now and I have this sword, I can attack them. And a health bar will appear as they get damaged, and they're attacking me back. Now if I win, actually I don't know if I'm going to win. Let's see if I win. If I win, they disappear. Horrible monster is dead, right? If I don't win, if they kill me instead, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Slime, oh yeah, there we go. It says, you are dead. What would you like to do now? Nothing? Okay. You rest peacefully. Okay, now what? You can keep hitting nothing if you want. Or you can choose to respawn. It says, you live again. Alright, so there's a bug I want to chase down today, first of all, and that's if you're dead and you reload the browser, sometimes it doesn't tell you that you're dead and you're kind of stuck. So I'm going to work on that today first. And then after that, I want to enforce, is it enforce or enforce? I think it's enforce, the attack cooldown. Right now you can attack as quickly as you want, but I had it in mind that every weapon would have a different attack cooldown. So if it was a larger two-handed weapon, for example, it might require like a second and a half before you could attack again. But if it was a small weapon like a knife, maybe you can attack every half second. So I want to implement that. And there are no messages right now when you get or lose items, so I wanted to fix that up. And then sort of a improvement to the user experience. Right now, it's sort of not as intuitive about how to attack. You have to hit the attack key and then hit a direction key. So I thought another way to do it, and also to support ranged weapons and spells in the future, would be that after you go into attack mode, that it would show a target reticle in this window, and then it would move if you move your mouse, and clicking would select the target and attack. So then you could be entering combat mode and then just clicking. And right now I had it in mind that every attack you'd have to re-enter attack mode, but another way we could do it is a permanent entry into attack mode until you exit attack mode. So you might hit enter attack mode, and then you'd be basically not able to move, but clicking would attack. Actually, I guess I could have both. You could have during attack mode, the reticle's always there, and then clicking doesn't attack, but you could also move. Maybe we'll do that. Anyway, there's a lot of things we can do. I get a lot of feedback from viewers about what works and what doesn't work, what they like, what they don't like, and that kind of influences how this game goes. So if you have any questions, let me know. If you have any suggestions, let me know. I like to award points to people who give me suggestions in stream. So, for example, these viewers up here in the top of the list help out a ton, and so they end up scoring a lot of points. In the future, these points will be redeemed for in-game rewards and stuff like that. We hope to see that happen. Okay, so the bug right now, I'm dead. If I simply just reload here, hey there, Nui. How are you doing today? I was seeing in the production environment that if I reload, sometimes it doesn't tell me that I'm dead. I'm wondering if it's going to be hard to reproduce in the local test environment here. I'm glad you're fine. Yeah, you know, this is going to be a tricky bug to reproduce because it's not happening in the test environment. I might have to do it like in production. Yeah, it's tricky. Not happening for me. Okay, let me see if I can do it in the production environment. So, need to get my password manager out to get the password I use for the real game. Since I can't use chickens, because then everyone would log in as me and hide my character and mess around with me and stuff like that. Actually, I guess there's not much people could do. They could log me out and take over and stay logged in, and I wouldn't be able to... Well, it would be fighting over who controls the account at that point. Alright, so let's go fight an NPC and lose. You know, they're missing me a lot. Okay, now they're starting to hit me. Sometimes these monsters, like, get poor hit rolls. And they keep missing. Okay, dead. So, reload. And, you know, I bet it's not even going to happen today. Oh, there it happened. So, didn't tell me I'm dead. There's nothing in the dialogue at all. And I won't be able to move. If I try to, like, talk, it says you're dead. So, I'm dead. You can still chat. I can't move, and it doesn't give me an option to respawn. So I wanted to debug this. And I guess it's safe to show the redux state. So maybe we'll do that first. Actually, I want to show the network, but my token would leak. So let me do it off screen a little bit first. Actually happened right away there. Okay, let's see what it did. Okay, if I just don't show the token, we should be fine, right? Be very careful about this and not show the token. If I accidentally show the token, I'll have to quickly log out. Actually, it doesn't really matter because this token's still IP address locked. Okay, so it logged in, and I expect at some point, here it is. There's the dialog enter. There's the dialog enter, but no request, no chat about the dialog. It's interesting. Why would there not be any chat about the dialog? When you enter a dialog, it's supposed to then tell you about the... it's supposed to give you the message that happens in the dialog. I wonder if it's that I was in the dialog, reloaded, and it didn't quite clear out the fact that I was in a dialog before it logged in again. If that's true, I'm not sure what to do then. So let me turn that off and let's inspect. Move that over there and then inspect the character. Something wrong with that character there. Yeah, I'm in that dialogue. I'm in the choice state. Okay, so I think that's what it was. When you're in the... Okay, the dialogue looks like this, death, right? When you enter it, it says you are dead, what would you like to do now? And then it transitions to the choice state, and then it sits there waiting for you to make a choice between nothing or respawn, right? So if my character up here is already in the choice state, that means that it already told me that I should make a choice and told me what the choices were, but it's waiting for me to give an answer. So it did that before I reloaded. And then I reloaded. I guess it didn't take me out of the dialogue when I logged out. If the log out doesn't get... that's right. If the log out doesn't get committed to the cluster, and then the log in happens, it'll still look like we're in the death dialogue, right? Yes. So let me look at that code. So it's the executor that logs us, that detects if we're logged out, takes us out of a dialogue. Let me find that first. think I called that on player logged out. Yeah. So it teleports us to a special zone reserved for logged out players, which is sort of deprecated. I need to get rid of that. And here we go. It says if we're in a dialogue, remove these keys from our data structure. Basically, take us out of a dialogue. And it does it. It does it immediately. Okay. My light is blinking. So this affects it immediately. So if this is happening second instead of first, like if what's happening first is the login, that would make sense that wait a minute, no, it wouldn't. I wonder if it's that we're never getting into the player logged out in the first place. Player logged out happens how? It happens if we log out directly, and it happens if it receives a client report that the client has logged out. Or it receives a client report saying that the client's no longer connected. Oh, I wonder if it's if you reconnect to the same server, you won't get this? I hadn't thought about that. So what happens if you're connected to this? I should be watching to see what clients I'm connected to. Let's look and see if that's what's happening. So I'll watch to see what client I'm connected to. I'm on our server. I'm on server 1 right now, right? So let me reload. Okay, I got the dialogue. I'm on server 1 still. Okay, that's not it. I'm on server 2. 2, 3. Okay, 1. Okay, so I switched from 3 to 1. And which server is the leader of the cluster? 3. So, okay, I was connected to the leader of the cluster. Then I disconnected and connected to the follower server, and that's what's triggering it. So, is that always going to happen like that? Let's see if I can get it to happen. Let me see if I can see it again. I'm looking at the wrong one. This one. Server 3. Still 3. Still 3. Now it's connected to 2. Okay. And it happened again. Now I'm on 3. 2, and it didn't happen. Okay, so sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't, but it's always when I'm connected to the leader server, reconnect, and I'm on a follower server. So far. Now it's connected to 1, 3, 1, so it didn't happen. 1, 3, 3 again, and still 3. Now it's connected to 2, and it did not happen. So it's definitely a race. Oh, there it did happen, and now I went from 2 to 1. And both of them are followers. Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with the leader server. It just randomly happens. Okay. So yeah, if we manage to log in quickly enough so that the client, when does the client report get generated? Is that as soon as we disconnect? Client report. Okay, it's a command that gets put into the journal. On current players. When else? Is that it? Because also when the raft for leadership changes, so that's not happening. So I can rule that out. So it's on when on current players is called. When's that called? when a okay, this current player's message is sent to the server. What is it doing here? Oh, it's a message sent from a follower to the leader saying, "Here are the clients that I have currently connected," and then the leader puts that into the journal, and when it gets executed, it's like, well, let's look to see if any clients were connected that aren't anymore, and if so, we log them out. Yeah. So that happens, yeah, okay. Current players. I think my cat's hungry. I don't think anyone fed him today. I usually feed him around now, and now I think he's getting really hungry. I feel bad for him. I might have to take a break to feed him. Would you guys mind if I took a break to feed a cat? Let's see where this message is sent. Oh, that's the test environment. Leadership change, that's not happening. I can feed the cat? Okay, thank you, Nui. Got 1 vote for yes. Hey, they're playing with Skizzers. Yeah, I did 16. I did an hour early start today because I have to end an hour early. I got another vote for feeding the cat in real life, so. And it wasn't the cat saying so. His vote only counts once, right, cat? Okay, here it is. Announce current players. When is this called? I know about the raft thing. I know about that one. What about other places? Log out player. Got it. Okay, log out player. When does that happen? If a client disconnects. If we disconnect them, or if they disconnect through an activity. Is that it? Hang up client. Okay, I think hang up client. Yeah, they can disconnect, or we could just hang up on them. All right, so technically that'll always happen first, right? I guess they could race. You can get the new connection before the old connection is broken. So what happens if you do get a new connection before the old connection breaks? You'll log in, right? So there'll be a log in, and then you'll already be logged in somewhere else. So how does that get handled? There's a lot of hits for the... Okay, let's do whole word case sensitive. Okay, that's better. Auth sounds good. All right. Right, when they actually send the login message and we queue it up. And then the executor handles that. On login, right? It checks the token or the password, yada yada. Yeah, what does this do if we're already logged in? It just overwrites the client and server connection. I'm guessing it's going to be back in the coordinator that we hang up. So it's like login executed, right? On login executed. Was it here or here? Hang up all clients for player. Yeah, this might be it. Like if you try to log in twice. This is logging off everyone though. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? No, we first insert them. I have no idea. Oh, because doing that can affect that. So we first form a set and then go through the set and hang up all of them. Wait a minute. What's this else again? Oh, this is if we log into a different server, right? That is what's happening. I think I see the sequence of events. You're connected to a server. Then you quickly disconnect from that server and connect to a different server. The server you connect to gets to here first, and it calls that. And it goes through and calls hang up, and it calls logout player. And actually, no, hold on. No, the server you connect to doesn't hang you up, but it does do this one. And it checks and sees if you're in a dialogue. Where's that done? Oh, it doesn't even check. It just looks for the death dialogue and just does. That's right. We were seeing the dialogue start, but that doesn't end up doing anything because we're already in the death dialogue, right? Okay, so if I adjusted the dialogue system, that if we get another dialogue start, we just re-enter and restart the dialogue, that would probably fix it. What's happening is it gets getting here first and doing that, and then on the old server, it gets the disconnect. This hang up client happens, and it goes in here, and it says, well, we need to log out the player, right? And so it'll either append a logout or do an announce. But in either way, it'll get back to the executor, and the executor will say, well, that player's logged in somewhere else, so I don't need to do the logout stuff. Hey there, Melvex. Can you bother you with your account because it does a weird login loop? It's closed instead of responding, and no matter what password you try. I don't know. What does it exactly do? It just hangs up on you? I wonder if you got banned. I can check really quick with another window off screen because I don't want to leak anyone's IP address. Let me see if there's a IP ban in place. That can happen if like you exceed the message limit over and over again, and then it will ban you for a certain amount of time. It should automatically remove the ban though. So let me see. So what's it? Where did I put this stuff? Secrets. And then if I remember how to do this. Nope, there's no one on the banned list. I can show you that because it doesn't have any lists. So it's not that your IP address is banned. I can look at the game log while you're trying to log in and see what's going on. Let's see. Well, you'll get IP banned if you exceed the message limit, but it only bans you for like a minute, and then you get on probation, and if it happens again within that minute, it doubles it and so on. So it sort of tries to discourage like exceeding the message limits and that kind of thing, but it shouldn't permanently ban you. Okay, F out text. Okay, if you try to log in now, I'll see it, and I'll maybe see why it's not letting you in. There is a problem if you have two tabs or two computers trying to log in with your account, since you can only be logged in from one place at a time. When you log into one, it'll kick the other out, but the client will sometimes then respond by trying to connect back in again, and then it'll just basically flip-flop forever. So if you're seeing it constantly disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting, connecting, that's probably why. Weird, I'm getting a player 0 logged out, disconnected, over and over again. Why would I get that? Player 0? Is your player ID... No, your player ID is not 0, is it? Huh. Let me look at the record for your account. Your entity 3726. What's this mean? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Let's see. I guess I can, while I'm looking at this, I can show the game world. And we see, let's see if it shows that you actually logged in recently. Malvex, right? There's Malvex bot. There's not a pumpkin who is logged in, Tom, and then me, and then no one else has logged in today. So it didn't actually get the login. The login never happened. Okay. So it's not like you logged in and then you get kicked. It's that it can't even log you in. Okay. Player ID is 150. Character ID 3209, right? Yeah. Yeah, you haven't logged in a long time. You still have these old keys. It's like I don't see anything wrong. It wouldn't even get to this part anyway. It's something in the... It could just be the password's wrong? Bad password? You don't have a password reset token. Okay, let me look at the game journal for how would this show up? Player ID. So I would look for 150. I just see my own logins. Oh, there's player 273. Who was that? Tom. Okay. I see that login. I think it's just it's not authenticating for some reason. Yeah, the cat's restless. There's a lot of logins from ID 273, like over and over again. Just try to log in yourself with with your account. All right. That would mean I need to log out. Log out. So what are we logging in as? Malvex, I guess, right? All right. Malvex, and we'll try chickens. Oh, look at that. That shouldn't happen. Ooh, weird. It's just getting disconnected over and over again. Okay, we're tracking down this bug. Although I might have to go feed a cat very soon. Yeah, that's weird. So if I pick another account, like my own account, and put a bad password in there, it just says bad password. And it says password mismatch for me. Wait a minute. Do we have two accounts that are crisscross somehow? Because I see that other player. This account is like constant. Whenever I'm trying to log in with Yeah, I wonder if that's a problem. So what would that be if I have two accounts with the same player ID by accident? Let me check this out. Because if that's true, I can fix that. No? 273 and then Malvex is 150. That's not it. Yeah, but now I'm intrigued. I want to fix it. But I do need to take a cat feeding break. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Yeah, you can't be banned because of bad password. Oh, wait a minute. No, that is a possibility. Look at that account again. User ID 150, right? Oh, it's ephemeral state. It's not permanent state. I wonder if I could lock my same account by doing the bad password too many times. And then I would know for sure, right? Let's see. Do you remember how many times you did bad password before it locked you out? Chickens. Eventually, it should request a one of these things. I wonder if that's the problem. Is it that when I refresh now, it won't say you need a... No, it says CAPTCHA check. So you should have started to get the CAPTCHA check. And then at that point, if you do the right password with the CAPTCHA, it will work. It's just I have to figure out what are palm trees now. Palm trees. Those look like palm trees to me. Yeah, and then it works. That's not it. And use a different browser. Hey there, Draclin. Debugging this weird problem where one account in the game is completely locked out. Yeah, this thing. What's going on here? I'm getting the weirdest message in the back end. It says player 0 logged out, client disconnected. Okay. I'm thinking it's the authentication stage. So let me look at the code and see what happens when we get to the login. It will go to auth, log in, check, right? Here's where if you use an account that doesn't exist, you'll get a bad password. If you're already logged in, it'll say you're already logged in. That's a bad login cooldown. I wonder if that could be it. This cooldown is not very long, though. right? Let's see. Bad login cooldown in the configuration. It's 1/4 of a second. And I would see that message, actually. I think. I wonder if I'm not. I wonder if it's this. I'm just not seeing it in the log. Where does this go with, and what does it do with that message? Oh, it's the reason. Okay, it's given to the WebSocket, which we might not ever see. We might not ever see that. It's like, what if this time got screwed up, and then it's just always getting stuck in here? Okay, there's one thing I could try, and that is to reset the servers, which is not too bad. Let's try that. I just need to make sure the servers are synchronized when we do it. So, screen R, and then a snapshot, and then stop the servers. Okay, we're gonna wait 10-20 minutes. Hope time in chat is in the priority list. You mean the time that messages are sent? I had it in mind to make that something you can optionally enable so you can see the time every message was received, but I haven't done it yet. I don't know if I wrote it down. Let me add that to the notes for today. Timestamp, yeah. Okay, starting the server back up is probably safe now. Probably safe. I had trouble yesterday where it took the servers a long time to start up. Okay, they're starting up okay. Server 1's the leader. And we had Draclin, Not a Pumpkin, and Tom that have logged in right away. Okay, now before anyone else does, let me try to log in as chickens. Malvex. Okay, so it was some kind of weird server state. So, I don't know. But Malvex, see if you can log in now. Let me log back in with my account. Log in. Do you auto log people out? Have you been logged in since you first signed up the other day? It should log you out from inactivity if you don't do anything. If I restart the server, you'll get logged out, but your client will keep trying to log back in, which is why we saw Draclin and Tom and in your account sort of auto log in again when I restarted the server. You can't. You still don't remember your password. Well, I'll just transfer the points over, then we'll create a new account. So, Malvex, you had 2 points. Let me download your record in case, and you can do the same too. You can download that now and keep it. And there's one thing in there I want to grab. I want to grab your entity position in the world, although it doesn't really matter. You're at -4 by -1, so you are standing there. It doesn't really. So if you really wanted me to put you back there, I could, but I'm not going to bother. So if we'll just delete your account and you can recreate it. Maybe get your points if your bot will work tonight. Which bot are you making, Tomos? I can give you a point if you have something cool that you can do with the bot. Sure. So yeah, I think what we should do is delete the account and you can recreate it. And oh, you didn't have any points. You had 2 tickets though. Okay, well I have a download of those tickets just in case. Let me look at them. Actually, I can look at it here, right? Yeah, that... I said it just fixed it, but I haven't closed it yet because I think it's still actually a bug. I might actually reopen that one. And then this one was the fonts are broken, and that's still open. So I'll just keep these records off to the side of the game. So let me rename this Malvex and then put it somewhere safe. Okay. They weren't implemented in the game. Okay, so you wrote them down. Okay. So they actually, I would be able to see them in the. You said they weren't implemented in the game, so I would be able to see them in my notebook, right? Yep, 5 points plus 1, so you have 6. All right, so let's just. You can't remember your password, and the password reset doesn't work, so just delete the account and recreate it, and I'll give you the. How many points did I say? 7? 6? 6 plus 1, 7. 5 plus 1, 6, right? And then I'll round it up to 10 since it was such a hassle for you to not be able to play. Sound good? Oh, actually, you can't delete it. I have to do that, right? So let's do that. I keep thinking you can do it, but you can't. About to delete the loser Malvex. Yep. Okay, you'll have to go recreate it now, and we'll give you 10 points. Actually, I can just do that right now. Oh, okay, you already had a bunch of points. Well, we'll give you 10 points anyway for the trouble. So you had a bunch of points, but the account hadn't been linked yet. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Just see if you can recreate the account now. Should be good to go, right? Because I don't have to do anything. As soon as you link the account, you'll get all those 18 points in the record. It's just now I have to remember to try to figure out how your account got into that state. So let me write this down. So, or actually, I should just do it formally as an issue, right? Let me get my own issues link and follow it, and we'll make an issue for this. Unless you already did. Did you? No, those are the 2 that I already had on file. Okay. New issue. Account can get locked out through too many. Well, accounts. We'll call it strange account lockout issue. Somehow Malvex got locked out in the sense that it wouldn't authenticate and return either success or bad password at all, and did not offer a CAPTCHA challenge either. It would just disconnect, and the only diagnostic messages were strange player 0, what was it? Player 0 logged out, client disconnected. The Malvex was not player 0. I'm just going to open this up and think about it, look at the code some more. If it happens again, then we'll track it down. I'm hoping it just doesn't. Oh, I should also say restarting the server cleared whatever bad state was blocking the login. Okay, so player 273 is trying to connect from 2 different computers, or 2 different tabs, and is flip-flopping back and forth. I can see that. Hey, there, you linked your account. Okay. This gives me a clue, because there are non-persistent variables, like the we were looking at it here. There's this bad login count, but it should be cleared. I mean, it should just trigger a captcha needed, right? And there's also one for, where was it? There's this last login attempt time seconds, right? But it's only when it's close to the current time and in the past that it would trigger. Because of that, it would trigger this. But this is only 1/4 second, so the only thing I can think of right now is somehow this variable got to set to some time in the distant future, so that this was always overflowing, and then always just saying, "Oh, you're still on cooldown for a bad login." I have no idea how that could get to some strange time in the future, though, because I think it's only set here, right? It's set nowhere else. It's initialized to 0. Set to the current time there, and then reset there. I mean, unless the timekeeper got way off somehow. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. Submit new issue. Oh, I forgot to label it. Bug. All right, well, I have it on the record now. I don't think getting yourself banned would do it. I think it has something to do with a bug in this code. A strange one. All right, let's get back on track. Oh, we need to unmask Malvex again. All right. The new Malvex. The new and improved. Yay. Okie doke. All good now. Yay. Let's see. Dracklin's the sword you can't pick up. Okay, back to this race condition and logging in, I think. I think I'm going to try to fix it through the dialogue system, but I need to, like, reproduce it in a test environment, really. That's the best thing. Let me see if I can do that. This is going to be kind of challenging. So the idea would be that you're dead and you're logged in, and then somehow you quickly log into a different server to where it thinks you're still logged in, and so it doesn't... Well, how do I say this? You quickly log in, the logout hasn't been processed yet, it does the dialog start, and then we'd process the logout. Actually, I don't even need to recreate a test for that. I mean, the test doesn't have to be that elaborate. It should just be that you're logged into a different server, you log into a new server, and okay, from the coordinator's point of view, it's doing the right thing. It's telling the dialogue game system to start the dialogue for you. Really, the problem is that the dialogue system, if you're already in a dialogue and it triggers, it should re-enter it. So let's make a special test case for that. Dialogue start, right? It's if we invoke it. What should it do? Inform player. Okay. Actually, that's sort of what I want. This one up here, right? Yeah, that input is needed. Well, let's... It's simpler than that. It should actually do the events for the default choice when you enter a dialogue and you're already in one. Okay, so... Do I have an example of that? Let's see. I don't think I do. I should just make one. These all have empty events for the default transition. Let's just take this one and make a new test out of it. We'll fix it up. There should be two test cases too. There's enter when you're not already in one, and then enter when you're already in one. So default transition on dialog on dialog start, not when not in dialog, right? And then we'll have one for when you're in a dialog. Okay, so that means I have to have something in here. I'll just have it do a tell. Yeah, like this. Tell hello world, right? So we should see a hello world tell when we enter the dialog, right? So create a player, invoke that system, right? And we should get back. It shouldn't actually change the dialog because this enters and then immediately exits. So we should just get the text. And it will be a tell. So what's that? Where's that hello world again? There it is. Yeah, this one. This is what we should get. That's all I really care about. Is that. Okay, so let's see that. That should work. It's just that if we're already in a dialogue, this won't work, and then that's the bug, I think. Don't know 100% though. I'm just really kind of guessing. Educated guess. And I can't get it to happen in the test environment, so I kind of have to wait for it to see if it goes away in production. Okay, it didn't work because why? It's putting us into the dialogue. Wait a minute, destination state foo. Why did it do that? Oh, because this is wrong. I wanted to not stay in the dialogue. Okay, it added an interact. It actually shouldn't do that. If we don't stay in the dialogue, it should not add the interact. Okay, I need to fix that too. That's uncovering another bug I didn't know was there. Yeah. We don't want to stay interacting with the target if the dialogue, it didn't stay in the dialogue, right? So where is that interact done? Enter dialogue, right? Well, I guess we could add, but then there has to be a remove. So where's the remove that goes with that add? Here's the remove. Advanced dialogue. If the next, so it should have done that. Why didn't it do that? It should have done an add and then a remove, in other words. There's the add. No, that's remove. Okay, where's the add? There was no add? Oh, because the add is done when we call enter dialogue, and enter dialogue is not something we're calling. Enter dialogue happens when you talk. Right, and then we're not actually talking with a target when we're dead. So it should be fine. I just need to, I guess, not care that we get that extra thing. So we'll just search for this one. I'm sure I've done this in another test though. Where did did I not do that? Okay, fine. So we'll just search. So it's bool tell found false, expect true tell found. And in the middle, we say for const.o feedback in feedbacks, if feedback type is message and feedback payload player is 42, interpret that as an integer because it's a JSON value to start with, and feedback payload message type as a string is chat. How much do I need to compare? All of them? Or just a line? That's probably good enough, right? Then tell found is true. And that's all. So if there's other messages, then and we can do break. If there are other messages, we'll ignore them. I only care that we find that. So it's more flexible then. Hey, Drecklin, did you disable NPC spawning intentionally? No? They should still be spawning. Did they stop spawning? Oh, they all might be hiding out in the Farlands. Oh, yep, here they are. They're hiding from you. They're all scared. So the problem is they teleport in here, and it's really hard to navigate back out. So usually they just kind of get stuck in this area. So there's Draklan going and slaughtering them all, I think. Or no, you're leaving them alone? You're not going to kill them? Oh, there we go. They're being killed now. Yeah, that's the problem. They all wander into here and they kind of get stuck. So as you kind of kill them, they'll respawn out in the original zone. So we ought to see that out here. Yeah, here they are. They're back. They're back. Yeah, when I designed this area, it was mostly just this teleporter trick. I didn't think that this would actually tend to keep NPCs clustered here. It's really hard for them to randomly navigate down this path and make it all the way out. They either just looping back around like Bill is doing, or they hit this teleporter and that shunts them back, or whatnot. Yeah, I need to actually make a real zone and not have a test zone, and then that problem would go away. Okay, so I didn't have to fix anything. It was just a test problem. Now let's make the version where the default transition on dialog start when in dialogue. So it doesn't really matter what dialogue we're in. I just need to put us in one. So that's here, right? Put us in a dialogue of some kind. Key player dialogue, and it can be whatever I want. So how about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I think the problem is it will not do that. Either that, or it might need to actually be the same dialogue. We'll see. Okay, it might have to be the same dialogue that we try to re-enter. Or I could be wrong about this whole thing. Yep, I'm wrong about the whole thing. Well, shoot. That's not what's causing it. Dialogue start, right? It does advanced dialogue. Oh, yeah. It sees what dialogue we're... Oh, no, it doesn't. It sees what... It gets the player. Current state is empty. Well, wait a minute now. This will execute the events and then send us the feedback. Okay, so why is this not working then? Why am I getting a dialogue start? Okay. Maybe I might need to back up here. Dialogue start, right? Here's where... Okay, so what's the first feedback we get to the player for dialogue start? Execute events. So we actually should have seen a dialogue tell, but I didn't see that at all. Let me see it again. So it's here. I need to... Okay, I am dead. Do I still have that? I don't have it, so I need to repeat this. Off screen, because it shows my token. Just refreshing until the bug happens again. There it happened. And let me look at this without showing the token. All right. Hey there, 7152009. And hi there, Toulouse. 6 minutes ago, and I missed your wave. Sorry. You broke your account again. Might be something captcha code related. Really? No need to fix it now. Restart servers again. Well, now that you got into that state, maybe I can inspect it somehow. Actually, I can't think of how I would do that. I'd have to add more debug statements or something, or figure out how to reproduce it. So yeah, how did you break it? Just with bad password? Or is it by getting disconnected? Okay, I'll check the issue later. Thank you. Here's the dialog enter. The problem is we're only getting that. Where is that message sent? Dialog enter. When we're told to modify the dialog component, and they weren't in the dialog before, and now they are. Oh no, it's not that. It's that it's being set to something non-null. Yeah, but it's missing. It's not doing the events in the dialog. Wonder if I could just watch the backend diagnostic log while this happens and see get some hints. Oh yeah, this user Tom keeps flip-flopping in and out of the game. You can see him keep connecting and disconnecting over and over again. So I don't know who that is, but looks like they created another account. And does anybody know who that player Tom is? Looks like they're hitting the server quite frequently. Oh, it's you? Yeah, that's going to interfere with what I'm doing. If you could stop that. That's putting quite a load on the server too. You're constantly connecting, disconnecting. Is there any way you can stop trying to connect so frequently to the server? It's like really hammering it. I mean, there's one way I can do it. Don't want to have to ban you. You're killing it right now? Okay. Is this, you just created another test account? Unmask that one. That one's fine. And this one's who? Leonardo Smith. Welcome. Unmask. Okay, well, I'm going to temporarily ban. I don't want to... I should have had an option here for ban for like an hour or something. We'll just do a day. A temporary ban so I can to debug an issue. There we go. And now I'm going to... yeah, well, I mark the ticket as open when I see the issue, and I should have wrote that I got it, but it's just so that it doesn't show up as new anymore. Then I need to go back later and all the open tickets, make sure I have them in GitHub, and then I take a look at them. Yeah, I'm seeing that player 0 logged out over and over again. I don't know if that is Tom or if it is Malvex. Anyway, right, I was going to reproduce this. What was I doing exactly? I was going to reload until I see the dialog problem. Interesting. It doesn't print anything when it goes into the dialog, so I don't think I'm gonna actually get anything from the back end. Let me just get it happen once and see what's going on. There it goes. Oh, ECS wanted to send a message to my player, and it just says I'm not logged in. Oh, the login didn't complete yet. Oh, right. Okay, that tells me what the problem is. So I can go ahead and now that I'm done with that test, I can go back to Tom and unban. And so you can try again. But yeah, if you could try to avoid hitting the server so hard with login attempts, that'd be great. You're not banned anymore. I just banned you because while it was constantly trying to reconnect, it was scrolling my diagnostic log so fast I couldn't see what was happening. So, but now that I'm done, we're back to it's not banned anymore. I want to make that clear. Okay, so the problem is that it is trying to give us this feedback with these tells, but we're not logged in yet completely, so it says, hey, I don't know who to send that to. Which is weird because the this should be after it's logged in, right? Login executed, right? A login. Yeah, on login executed. I thought I did it there. Yeah, this thing. It's been executed, so we should be connected. Yeah, weird. Somehow a headless browser doesn't close on Control-C on node process. Using Puppeteer to make some magic. I see. Oh, the player 0 logged. Oh, yeah, it's still hitting the server. You close the browser, but it's still doing it right now. Not doing it very often. It's like every 3 to 4 seconds. Every 3 to 4 seconds, there's another connection attempt, and then gets kicked back out again. You want to write a bot which draws a rectangle? I see. Drawing it with what? With swords? You'd have to automate talking to Bill to get the swords, right? And you'd have a minute when you drop the first sword before it starts to disappear. Unless you're talking about drawing a rectangle by moving in a rectangle. That's not so hard. Anyway, I'm done looking at the server. So I can close that now. All right. How do you attack back? You have to have a sword. So Bill has all the swords. You have to talk to Bill and ask for a sword. Let me demonstrate. I am dead, so first I have to respawn. And let me drop my sword. Just pretend I don't have one. And you can go pick up mine if you want, but here, I'll show you how to get a new one. You gotta go through this portal because Bill seems to be hanging out here more often than usual. And I guess I picked the long way around. Anyway, you go find Bill. And you talk to him, and you say sword. And he says, I have a spare sword. Don't ask where I keep them. Anyway, would you like it? Yes. He hands you one. And you can Say bye or hit escape, and then back out you go, and then you'll be good to go. So in the real game, after I am done all this testing, I'll probably just have you you can there'll be some training area in the first zone you start in where you can just pick them up. Maybe you're only allowed to carry one at a time or something, you know? I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. Okay, anyway, I need to... Actually, I don't need to die again. Yeah, we don't need to die. I need to try to figure out why is it that... Is it that it completes the login and then it thinks it's logged out again? The ECS system doesn't think it's logged in. Why would that be? Try to send. Wants to send? Wanted? Yeah, this thing. Actually, I should be more specific and look for exactly what message I saw there. Let me log back into the back end to look at that. Wanted. Oh wow, it happened a lot. Okay, the message is who is no longer logged in. This one. How many times is that printed? Twice. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is where on player feedback, and where is this one? On ECS feedback. So player feedback. I should look at this more carefully. It's server 3 that said this. Actually, let me make it happen again. Because it depends on whether it's the leader or the follower. That's very important. So clear that online only. So I need to die again, obviously. Kill me, tiger. Dead. Okay, then reload. Get the problem to happen again. Okay, there it goes. So it says server 2 thinks I'm not logged in. So what server am I on? 2. 2 is a follower. All right. It wanted to send me a message, but it didn't think I was logged in anymore. Why would it think that? If it's not us. This is not true because, well, I guess it could be that the player record still has 0. If I printed out the number here, I would see that. Right? The delay between logging you out and announcing to the followers? Could be. You restarted your PC, your finished stress test for tonight. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I don't mind the stress testing because it helps me out. It's just when it gets in the way, and another concern would be if it went on so long that it loaded the server beyond the baseline level in AWS, and at some point it would run out of CPU credits and slow the whole server down, and that would just be annoying. And I actually might have to pay for CPU time, so short stress testing when it doesn't interfere with me is fine. Because if you find a problem and let me know, that really helps me out, and I graciously award you a lot of points for that. So I don't mean to discourage the testing, you know. Okay, it's either there or there where it's hitting. Not message sent, but player ID is not 0. This would mean that it couldn't find the client. right? So it's this case. It's not 0. They just couldn't find a client record for us, but there should be one. Unless I have the order of operations wrong. No, it's some kind of race, right? Because it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. So what would be racing this? Like, maybe it's like Toulouse says. There is some kind of log out. It's the log out is is racing this log in. It could be sending to the. It could be trying to route it to the wrong server. No, it's coming. It's coming from the correct server. Server 2. I'm actually connected. Still connected to server 2 right now. Still connected to server 2. No longer logged in. In fact, I see the message. Oh, wait a minute. I see a message from server 1 saying I'm logged out. And then a login success from server 2. Like literally 3 microseconds before the warning that it doesn't think I'm logged in. So it's processing the log out first and then the log in on server 1. Oh, it hasn't replicated it yet. Oh wow, that's weird. I think I see the problem. So server 1 is the leader, right? Server 1's the leader. So he's the one that's allowed to append to the journal. We log into server 2. That goes to server 1. And then server 1 executes the game system to put us into the death dialog. It tells server 2, hey, go tell player 1 that he's dead. Server 2 says, well, there's no player 1 logged in here. And then right immediately afterwards, server 1 says, oh, by the way, he's logged into you. Authentication success, right? So actually a solution to this, because server 2 knows the client number, we can just say, instead of sending it to player 2, send it to client 347. That would work too. Because, yeah, it handles that. That's an alternative here, right? If we know the client ID, it would use that. We either need to know the player or the client ID. So if we told, when we forward these player feedbacks, we could do it with the client ID since we know what it is, and not use the player ID because they might not know what that is yet. You're persuading Bill, what, to give you lots and lots of swords? Looks like he's moving away. It means you're not talking to him. What's going on with you? You have a full inventory, dude. Bill's probably like, you can't hold any more swords. You're not interacting with them. Oh, he moved. Yeah. You're not talking to him. Oh, by blocking his path, are you trying to force him out? I can just move him around myself. Zoop! Zoop! Where do we want to put him? Put him on the teleporter so he escapes. And then we can move you too. Where? Stop moving. I can move you there too. Abusing my powers as GM. Where did Bill go? Though. He didn't disappear, did he? I didn't kill Bill. No, he's standing right there. Oh, Lord, yeah, hacks. That's right. If I wanted to, I could do this. I could say, no more swords for you. Try to get Bill now. Put him back. I could even duplicate Bill. That would be fun. Actually, what happens if I duplicate Bill? Now we have 4 Bills. They all should share the same dialogue, so it's okay. As long as I don't kill the actual Bill. 8285. As long as I don't destroy 8285, that's the original Bill. So that's the... No, which one's the original Bill? I'm going to lose track. Oh, wait a minute. No, they're independent. I could kill any one of them. Because the dialogue has its own ID. Ah, ha, ha. We have many bills now. There. Yes. I had that confirmation in there in case I mess up. They're all gone. There's only one bill left. I think he's the original one. Yeah, he's the original one. Swim. All right. Anyway, I think if I always forward this player feedback with client ID, not player ID, it should work better because they won't actually need to have logged in, which makes sense. So where is that done? Here, right? Yes, if a message is to be sent to a player, we should look up who the player is, right? This is if it's connected to us. And do we load the player's record? I do here. So we could fill in the client ID since we know what client they're connected to, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. Let me think about this. What does this do again? Why do I have this? It's not a broadcast message. The player ID is not 0. We're the server connected to it. Why would we say not logged in? Every time you go through a teleporter, you disassemble and reassemble anyway. So that begs the philosophical question: are any of us actually ourselves? They had a joke about that in Borderlands 2. That whenever you would die, you would get reconstructed, and sometimes the machine would say, "Try not to dwell on the fact that the original you ceased to exist the first time you used our service." There are a lot of funny lines in that game. I think the thing is if we find that we're supposed, yeah, if we find a client record on our end, the server that is this is gonna be the leader server anyway. If it finds it, then it's just gonna send it and then return if it's not broadcast. So yeah, I had a guard in here. I actually don't think I need this. It shouldn't get here. It's impossible to get here, actually. Because this would mean that the player thinks the player record has it still connected to us, but we don't actually have a client for it. So I think I can just ignore that. It should never go in there. So it gets the server to send it to. I could also, at this point, I could also get the client. So if I change, let me change the unit test to match this. I have a test for this, right? I hope I do. Called player feedback. Yes, here it is. ECS feedback to player logged into follower. Right. So this does a key setting the server and client to talk to. Follower informs player when ECS feedback to player logged into follower. Yes. That's if it's by client ID. And this is broadcast, right? Yes. Okay, so let me take this and say that this is ECS feedback to player logged into follower. ECS feedback to player logged into player identified by client ID logged into follower. And then I want a version of it where it's identified by player ID. That's the tricky case, right? ECS feedback to player identified by player ID. So here instead of key server client, we'll do key player. And then that is test user ID. So for this to work, the player has to actually be logged in to that server that we're receiving this message on. So I have to actually mark in the player record that they're logged in to, hold on, let me think about this. We're the leader. Right, so I have to mark that the player's logged into server 1337 and under client ID 24. So that's modifying the player, right? So what this does is, yeah, players add. So we just do a change profile. I probably did this somewhere else here too. To do the character entity, yeah. Well, I'm gonna steal from another test that did this. One word like marks that we're logged into is somewhere. Maybe I just type it. Right, it's user ID JSON. Okay, so test user ID. And JSON object. I believe it's server ID, client ID. Oh wait, no, I don't do it through change profile. I do it through login or something. Oh, and I have to have all this garbage. Well, I'm sure I've done this before. Yep. So we just pull from auth. I don't want the set password. Actually, yeah, does it really matter? I can just do whatever. Yeah. This server is important though. Server ID, client ID. This has to be 1337. And that client ID has to match this number, so 24. Nothing else matters, right? So then the leader mobilizes. We have a connection to 1337, and we say, hey, send some feedback to player Alex. And we want it to use the client ID, not the player ID. That's the important thing. Because that other server might not know what client that player is connected to yet. So run that. It'll fail because it's going to send it by, oh, it didn't send it at all? Ah. It should have unless why. Why would it not? Let me debug it and see. It should have gone into here and sent it. Let's see. Hey there, meme clear bombs. We must all fail to succeed. Exactly. I fail a lot, and I feel good about failing because I learned something. Usually. Message. Caught up to cluster. Yes. It does have a player. We're not broadcasting player ID. Is that? Yes. So we form the feedback. And this is doing the incorrect thing right now. But that's okay. I want to actually see that it should send something. Right, it gets a player ID. Different server. So it should find it. Yeah, it should have sent it something. So why did it not work? It's failing at that point, right? 135? No, 147. Oh. It did get a message. Oh, but it's looking for that exact message. Okay. Yeah. So I bet if I put a breakpoint here and saw it, it will, it'll be there, just be the wrong content. So let's look at peer. Client? Or where does this go? This get text messages received. Oh, delegate context. Yeah. Peer, delegate context. Text messages received. There's one message received. It is a type, probably player feedback. Player feedback. Right, it has player ID instead of message ID, not client ID. Okay, so it is correct. Good. Hey there, Rally Monkey. See prior chat message from Dracula regarding philosophical questions. In your opinion, teleporting destroys the subject and creates a clone at a different spot. You're walking into your death. Yeah, Rally Monkey, did you hear me talk about Borderlands 2? Remember Borderlands 2, the first, whenever you die and respawn, sometimes, well, the machine always tells you some, witty quote. And one of the things that it will say sometimes is, don't dwell on the fact that your original body was destroyed the first time you used this service. And that's, basically a clone of a clone of a clone. All right, so this, we'll fix this here. No, not there, here. Yeah, it's true though. But Borderlands 2 had a lot of hilarious quotes in it. So feedback to servers, I don't want to do that ever, right? I always want to direct it to client ID, so that means that I'm always going to look them up, right? Yeah, I'm always going to look them up. So player ID can't be 0. Actually, if it's 0, then we have to have a client ID. Do I have a check for that? You either have to have a player or a client. I guess what happens if we don't? I guess it just doesn't get sent, right? Yeah. So if it's not 0, or instead of doing that, we're going to look up the client ID. So, yep. And then client ID. Actually, I guess we can just say client ID, right? Is that something I can modify? Yes. Client ID is player dot client ID. And then don't do that. There we go. Fixed. Why the script isn't drawing rectangle always in game? Set interval. So every 2 seconds, it's going to press the I equals 3. So if it's 3, go back to 0. Otherwise, add 1. And it's going to press the keys. I don't know. I don't know what page keyboard press does, but if it's doing what I think it's doing, it should work. I don't know why it's not working. What is it actually doing? I'm guessing you're automating Tom with 2 M's? When I'm dead, I can't move. Yeah, you're not moving it at all. I don't know. It's randomly walking. 100,000? Oh my goodness. Definitely don't own that. You have to keep the number realistic, and then I might get it. Or I might think that, yeah, maybe I do owe him that. Maybe make it $10. I'll be like, do I owe Rally Monkey $10? Or no? Okay, so run this one. Yay, works. And this should still work. I don't want to break this one. Cool. Let's run all the tests to make sure. There might be some other tests that are sensitive to that. Let me make sure that there aren't any. Okay, good. Okay. So that should get the feedback through even if the follower server doesn't know we're logged in yet. I see. Well, you can just say I owe him a Bitcoin or something. Some days owe you a little, some days a lot. You know what that reminds me of, don't you? $1 Million Man. Some might cost a little. Some might cost a lot. All right. That was an Easter egg just for me, because you know I knew that quote. Yeah. All right. I'm going to call this a workaround for a design flaw in that you can have, in very specific cases like this, a server is told to tell a player feedback, and the server doesn't even know they're logged in there yet. This test really wasn't necessary, but it's okay to have it, I suppose. Yeah. So let's say that add extra tests for dialogue start. It doesn't hurt to have extra tests usually. It also doesn't help as much as a test that does add something. Identified by client. Yes. So we're changing the behavior. So when telling, let's just say, when telling follower servers to give players feedback, always use the client ID. Since it's possible for a follower server not yet to know a player is logged into a client, when the leader does know and when the leader does know. Yeah, so that's basically it. So this is work around, what am I going to call it? Design point of fragility concerning login feedback. Yeah. I'm going to say because I had to do something weird, it's a point of fragility, which means that if I ever go back to try to strengthen the design, this would be a prime candidate for, try to redesign it so I don't have this weird race condition I have to overcome, right? And those are staged and we're going to commit it. All right. Okay. So I think that solved that problem. I won't really know until I deploy it. Should I move on to enforcing the attack cooldown? Or is there some other bug I want to handle first? Let me not die. I don't want to be dead. I want to be alive. Wow. Tiger, you're scaring me, so you gotta go. Yeah, so right now you can attack as quickly as you want. To the point where if you do it fast enough, you can actually get disconnected from the server. Oh, he hit me once before he went down. That's what happened. I thought the other guy hit me. I really want to eradicate all these NPCs. You must all die. Okay, so built into the items that we're spawning is a cooldown. I can show you that in the scripts for give sword. So there is a CD cooldown attached to the item. So the idea was that every time you'd use an item, it would take the current time, add the CD to it, and store it into the player component so that every time you try to do anything, it would see, well, is the thing you're using not yet cooled down? I think I can keep it just simple for now and just have like attack cooldown, so that you can't attack at all, because there's only one thing you attack with anyway, right? I'll have to change it later because different items would have different cooldowns, and I want to show that visually in the client anyway. So like some kind of indicator, like in World of Warcraft, it shows a rotating pie slice to tell you that it's being cooled down. And while it's cooled down, you can't use it. And then when the pie slice fills up and it's cooled down, then you can use it again. That kind of thing. So you debug somehow. Sometimes the server doesn't take key presses from the bot. You to hook the WebSocket and repeat if no response from the server. Really? Why would it not take it? Oh, it ignores it if it's too quickly, I think. Right? Player move. No, player input. You're sending it, but the server's ignoring it? Is that what you're saying? 2 seconds? That's not right. It should immediately put it into the player's component, the input component. What's this delta in? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then the movement systems run all the time. Where is that? Movement system. I think this runs like at 50 hertz. So 20 times a second it's going to run this. Oh, there's a cooldown. What's the cooldown right now? Cooldown. Quarter second? Where is that added? What do I do with that? I think I do it here. Yeah. It's hard-coded to be a quarter second. See that? 1/4 second. So if you send 2 movements within a quarter second, the second one gets ignored. Hey there, Liquidor. Liquidor has automated a bot, so maybe be able to ask him if there's something secret that some secret hack that you need to do that I don't know about. 2 seconds should be fine. It's this quarter second that you might run into. This quarter second right here. Because if it looks at that cooldown, right? And it'll say if the game time hasn't reached that cooldown point, it skips your input. It doesn't move. That's why when you hold down the movement key, you only step 4 squares per second. See, if I hit one key and then quickly press another key, it just ignores the second key. All right. Item cooldown. So I guess the way to do this would be, can I do it all in Lua in the attack system? I should just edit it in here. Actually, I think we can. We have to look at the player though. So where do I have the player? I don't think I do. I do not. So we'll have to get the player through one of these. Oh, thanks for the follow. Through one of these. Where is it? With. I don't even have it in here. Okay, we'll have to look at a combat. With entity component of type. Actually, if we have that, can't I just pass that into attack? That might be simpler. Yeah, we have the player. Why don't I just pass it in? So, player, entity, player. Okay. So that's an update to combat. This is going to break combat for a second because I have to add an extra parameter in 2 places in 2 different scripts. So there's the combat one. So now it's broken because attack has to be updated to take in the player here. And then play attack. Now it should be fixed again. Much faster than restarting the server, though. Oh, I barely won there. Okay, so the idea is that we're going to check the player if we haven't cooled down yet. Oh, I need to get the time, too. Shoot. Maybe I should do it in combat here, because we have the time. We have the time because we've been given it. Actually, it's given it through the systems, right? There's the time. We're not accepting it here, so I'd have to accept it. Time. And then, yeah, we could check it here. Right? If player dot attack, let's call it ACD for attack cooldown, is not equal to nil, then if player ACD is greater than time, then we'll say to the player, you can't attack again yet. And we'll make that an error. And so that's one thing. And then I have to actually set that when we do attack, right? Based off of the weapon. So the weapon will have a cooldown, right? So I'll just say modify the player to set their cooldown. Let's do that. Yeah, one of these modify components. Which I should probably just make into a nicer looking function, because it looks kind of ugly right now. Modify player entity. The delta is that the attack cooldown is equal to time plus weapon cooldown. There we go. So let's try that out. Attack. This is combat. So I really didn't need to update attack at all. Why it sends 2 times such event on key move press? Oh, well, the first one is to start moving, and the second one is to stop moving. Hey there, Iris NX. It's fun for me to develop it. I don't know if it's fun to play yet, but you can be the judge of that. If you want to, you can log in now, create an account and log in and play what there is. There's not much game content yet. There's just random NPCs. If you talk to Bill and ask him for a sword, he will hand you one, and then you can use the attack Q keyboard shortcut or the attack button to attack around you. Still working on the user experience. It's really horrible right now. It's very raw, but you can help me try it out. Okay, so in fact, I'm going to try that out now. There should be an attack cooldown now. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Yeah, it says you can't attack yet. Oh, but it's allowing me to attack anyway. Interesting. You can't attack yet, but you attack anyway. Alright. And it's checking if there's something to attack first. Oh, who's player 297? New player. Iris, there you are. Unmask. Welcome to the game. So I also will close this ticket that gets open to check your name. Alright. And if you don't like being the default Axeman, you can go under Profile and pick a different tile if you want. Alright. What did I do wrong here that it is letting me attack anyway? Oh, I didn't do a return? Is that what we want? We just want to do a return? I think so. I think I want to do a return. Let's print out the times, actually, because I think there might be a bug with that. It's now time, and you can attack again at player attack cooldown. I want to see that. Well, let's add the extra parentheses, and maybe we'll just clean this up so it's easier for me to read. There we go. Put that back into the game. Combat. I really like that now I can just on the fly edit the game systems. Oh, I have parentheses missing. Oh yeah, indeed. There we go. And while that's broken, no one can attack. Actually, I think it if there's a syntax error, it just keeps the old script around. You can't attack it. Oh, it's always 0? The time is always 0. That's not good. Okay, so no one can attack right now. I have crippled everyone's ability to attack. Why is it always 0? Time is given to the systems, but it's always 0. Why? Oh, hold on. That might be a bug in the C++, so let me see if it is. If it is, you won't be able to test it in production. Shoot. Components. Here we go. Invoke systems. It does pass the game time. It does push that number. Huh. Interesting. Two parameters. But it's 0. Well, is it? I guess we can see what happens if I just print it out. Actually, that's going to get really spammy. Because this happens 20 times per second. It's going to spam everyone what the time is. Reminds you of RuneScape, but better? Oh, well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I don't know if I believe it, since RuneScape is a much more complete game and mine's very much new. But yeah, you could do it on local. I wonder if I just screwed up the time when it got to the combat here. Time. It takes the function and puts it directly into system functions, and then the systems takes it out of system functions, and it's just calling it with the time. This is the what is called from here. It finds systems. It pushes the event, and then it pushes the game time that's given to it. Oh, wait, hold on. What if this game time is 0? I didn't check that. It's, oh, right, that's what it is. Attack, I don't think I actually passed the game time to attack, so let me find that. No, it's not there. That's the test for it, which is good because this is where I'm going to want to check it, right? There should be a time associated with the event. Actually, no. It's going through the feedback system, so that's where it would be, right? Yeah, it's this event. So I know where that is. That's in the executor. I guess I just search for event. I'll find it. Yeah, here we go. On ECS event. Oh yeah, there we go. It only has one argument, and it's defaulted, right? Declaration. Defaults to 0. Okay, that's what it is. So we need to actually know what the game time is when we get here. How do we know what the game time is? I suppose we could put it in the event? Or in the action? That would make the most sense to me. Because the way it's routed, right, is this way. The coordinator knows the game time. It could put it in here in another key of the action. It's just that it will lag a bit. It has to go through the cluster first. Then when it's executed, and then the time might be not quite right. Let me think about it. I need to take a break to use the restroom anyway. Your bot is dancing in a rectangle. Cool cat. I need to see it. Oh, there he is. Look at that. Congratulations. I'll give you a couple points for that. Give you 3 points for that. Well done. You have scripted my game. Nui is the first one to actually do that. And Nui did it before there was even a world. So if you go back to like May sometime in the VOD, Nui had it so where they would be walking around the periphery of the screen like all day long while I was working. So I think Nui did it a similar way to what you did, just a quick script that just macros the movement keys. And then I think Liquidor has gone further and actually written his own client to script the game directly. I don't know if Nui open sourced it or not. I actually don't know if Nui's here or not right now. But it was pretty impressive. Nui did it like within the first few hours, I think, if I remember right. You've heavily modified it since then? Yeah. Okay, I need to take a break to use the restroom, but I'll keep this open so you can stream snipe while I'm gone. How about that? I'll be right back. I am back. This is the first of the 3 breaks that I've allotted today. That's like the midday break, right? Since it's been just about 2 hours, so it needed to stretch anyway. The way you did it was sending key events to the game canvas in the browser. Oh, so you didn't deal with the WebSocket directly. You just scripted the browser, right? All right. Dogs barking in the background. Don't want to subject you to too many barks. It's whenever someone comes to back home or to the door. All right. Yeah, just keep in mind that I might change the WebSocket protocol. Right now it's all JSON messages. If I have to make the game more optimized, what's the right word? Why can't I think of words today? If I have to improve the performance of the game, then I might move to binary messages. But you'll see me do that, and you'll see the format, so it shouldn't be that hard to change, right? So, if the executor is invoking the system, why did I decide to have the executor and do that directly anyway? Why didn't I have the coordinator do this? Okay, let me make sure this is the only place where the time is missing. It might not be the only place. There's a time there. This doesn't need a time. This should have the time. Why is this? Oh, this is a front to get the time. Okay, so that's just a wrapper. So that actually does get the time. Yeah, if we go through the coordinator, the time is attached from the timekeeper. And there's a time attached there. No time there, that's the problem. And the rest is in test framework. So this is the only place where it's missing. So what the downside of attaching a time to the action would be that the time might lag a little bit. Does that really matter? I mean, it might. I kind of don't like it. What would be the downside to moving this out of the executor and back to the coordinator? I have this ECS on ECS executed, don't I? Hold on. ECS executed, I do have that. Right, because it has to check for side effects anyway. So yeah, why don't I just move it? So this would just basically do nothing. And what it does now, well, this code here would just be done by side effect, by the leader. Yeah, because it doesn't really make sense right now anyway that it's executed on all 3 servers, right? Yeah. Let me check to see if this will work. It's going to break a bunch of tests, won't it? I can see which tests it breaks and then fix them. So comment this out here. And then back here in the coordinator, I guess we'd want to do it first, right? So we'd say if command, do we need to loop through the actions? So if action type, actually I guess this is all going to be a dispatch table anyway, right? It's just a bunch of if-elses. Yeah. So I can, should I just put it first? Yeah, let's just put it first. If action type is event, then do that. And actually I can more directly do that, right? Components. Oh no, where is it? Where's invoke systems? I forget. Oh, it's in the implementation directly. Right, so that will go here and attach the game time and call it. Yeah. So I think that's going to break some unit tests, but I don't think it should break the game at all. I just need to adjust the unit test to match it. So this might fail now. Actually, this might not. This probably won't fail because we weren't expecting it to do anything before. It's not going to check for it. But the executor stuff might fail. I think the appropriate thing would then be to move the test. Oh, it doesn't fail at all. So maybe I never had a test for that. Don't have it. I don't have a test for ECS event. Huh, I guess not. Okay, fine. I'll just see if it breaks anything. So in the test environment. Through the test environment we go. Snapshot. And then restart the cluster. Hey there, tiermate Twitch. You said hey like 6 minutes ago and I missed it. Hi. Hope you're still here. All right. Hopefully the game does not break. Game doesn't look like it's broken. That's a graphics glitch I have not yet addressed because it only affects me, the GM. Does not affect players. All right. Respawn. So interesting. Why is it on the dialogue? I think I see another bug, but it's a minor one, having to do with the death dialogue. I'll let that guy kill me. Go ahead, you can do it. There you go. If I reload, and then I say respawn. Oh, okay. It's probably because we were in the death dialogue, and then the server restarted. There's a problem right now where if you're in a dialogue and the server restarts, it doesn't boot you back out properly. And I keep forgetting to address that, so I should just put that into the GitHub. We broke it again. Okay, yeah. Let me look at that in a bit. Before I forget. Other issue, right? It is if server restarts or this is the comment. If server restarts or leadership changes while a player is in a dialogue, does that happen on leadership change? No, it's actually if the server the client a client is connected to, a player is connected to, restarts while the player is in a dialogue, the server thinks the player is no longer bug. A real bug in real life is no longer in any dialogue, but the client still remains in the dialogue input or select or dialogue text or select input context. So this is summary was a player appears to be in a dialogue when they aren't. Bug submit. Actually, let me glance at the lockout issue comment here. Several times doing bad password captcha showed. You ignored the capture, entered another wrong password. Captcha disappears, still bad password. Then you entered the wrong password for 3 more times and it broke again. Interesting. It should have stayed in the state where it just thinks, I need a captcha to let this person in. It shouldn't ban you, though. Unless you're quick enough to do it within a quarter second, and maybe there's a bug in that timeout thing. Yeah. So I have some ideas and things to check. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? I'm running into more bugs today than I thought I would, so my progress is slow. Clearly, no test fails means everything is good. You know it, Toulouse. Pretty sure that I should have a test, though, shouldn't I? Yeah, there you go. Sorry. They're supposed to be called features, right? I keep forgetting. All right. Okay, so moving the... Right, so I can test the attack cooldown in a local environment now. To have it in production, I'd have to update the server. So let me update the scripts that are in the client. I updated combat. Combat, where are you? Combat. There you are. And then I updated attack also. Okay, and then let's try to... attack cooldown should be enforced now. There we go. You can't attack again. It's now that time you can attack again. So I can remove the debug message. I think it's working now. You can't attack again yet. There we go. Save. Put that back into combat, right? Yeah, combat. Submit. And then I should just say can't attack it. If I keep trying to attack, it says you can't attack again yet. So I need to couple that with some more front-end improvements, like... Wow, this makes combat a bit difficult. Should maybe reduce the cooldown on swords, right? It's 1 second right now. You had your first legit day off in 7 months. Wow. Feels happy, man. Feels good, man. Congrats on the day off. You should get more days off. That's a long time to go without any time off. Okay. Do I want to just push this up to the production? Because there's a couple things now we can test more thoroughly in production. I know that sounds horrible. I could say that I've tested it locally, and it's an improvement, and so maybe it warrants updating production. Let me check it in. Right, so we moved. Okay, I commented that I should just remove it. So on ECS event is going away. What happens if it's not in the table? It ignores it. Okay, that's great. So we'll just ignore it. And remove this. Done and done. I don't actually think the attack needs to know the player. So I'm gonna actually undo that part. So attack, well, maybe we'll leave it in there. We'll leave it in there. So move exec, we'll move game system invocation for ECS events from executor to coordinator. Too long. So my rule is I make that the body and then pick something shorter here. ECS events. Invoke systems from coordinator, not executor. That fits better. Hey there, Mr. Sir. How are you doing? So every time Chris says hi, I like to point out that this overlay is his work. You should check out his stream where he's recently been working on the marketing site for this. It's called Stream Parrot. And I think he's using Gatsby or something like that to build a marketing site for it. And on top of that, he's got a job too. So he's like super busy, and yet he still has time to play games too. So awesome guy. Should check out his stream sometime. Gatsby for the marketing site, yes. And I believe you said that this overlay was written in Vue, right? And then the control panel is in Angular. Did I get that right? It's a combination of technologies. Chris knows them all. All right. So this is enforcing the attack cooldown for an item. So that's what we're going to say. Enforce item attack cooldown. So now we have to obey the same rules that the NPCs have already been obeying. So it's going to be more of a level playing field now. Followed him and he never thanked you? It's been like a year? Written in you? That Vue, V-U-E. V-U-E. Yeah, you and view sound similar. The way I say it, I guess. All right. You said a late thank you when you brought it up the other day. Wow. The requirements. It's hard. It's hard for streamers sometimes. You forget to say hi to someone or thank someone, and then it sticks with them, and then they don't tell you for a year. All right. I think I want to deploy this. So I want to see what has changed, and are we calling it a patch, or are we calling it a minor version? Trying to follow Semver, right? So fix, yeah, that's, I consider all these fixes. There is this. Well, you can say it's a fix because it should have been doing that. Keyboard shortcuts for action buttons. Maybe we'll bump the minor version of the front end then. Well, it's just showing information that was missing before. Add action for, this is internal. Oh, well, no, this is a new button. I guess we'll bump the minor version of the front end then. Extra tests, workaround. Yeah, I think I'm going to call this a minor version bump for the front end and a patch version for the back end. Hey there, Morpheus Zero. How are you doing? Yeah, at least he's not running with those scissors. He only plays at them. Although playing might imply running, so he might be running with the scissors and playing with them at the same time. Who knows? Okay, let's do the front end deployment first. So that involves me bumping. I decided the front end should be the minor version. Trying to follow Semver. Doing that. Oh, and while I'm doing this, I should spin up my Linux box's the connection to the Linux box, which I'm using SigWinX to connect to. It's just that it takes a few moments to start up the XFCE4 session and then open the shell and all that. Okay, so while that's spinning up, I will start this build. Player npm run build. Okay. Might as well just tag this now, bump front end version to v1 22.0. Commit. Tag front 122. Is it 22 already? Wow. Yeah. Time flies. I'm already on the 23rd version, minor version of this. DevOps, exactly. You see some deployment happening. As soon as that's done, I can do the script I wrote, just put it onto CloudFront. And in the meantime, I'm glancing at corners here to find my terminal. Here it is. So add my SSH key. I never automated that prompt, so I always just do it manually because I'm lazy. And then here, I'm just going to pull everything. So all of my repositories. 14 commits. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think I changed anything else, but just to make sure, right? Oh, you know what I should do also? I think I forgot to do this last time. I forgot to update the manifest file. I'm going to do that too. You have to talk with someone about something? Oh, I'm glad we were able to remind you about it, because it would suck to forget. Mugget release. Yep, so I changed JSON. LibreSSL? No, Raft changed, right, and WebSockets changed. The WebSockets is just a README change. JSON had like a diagnostic message for testing only. Yeah, so Raft had a change. I forget what it was. Yeah, I forgot to do that last time. So we'll do it this time. Well, let me do it when I've tested it successfully. Or am I... Actually, I'm just going to tag it right now. So this will be backend. I don't know what the version number is. So it'll be 1.18.1. 1.18.1. And then push. Okay, so then we're going to build it. Tag already exists? Oh, do we have a conflict on the... Oh, because it got force pushed, so let's pull first. Do I need to do pull tags? Yes, and then I can do push tags. All right. CMake, build release, please. This is probably ready to go, right? Yep. So I do .w deploy. And let's see which one finishes first. I think the backend's going to finish first. Yep. Okay, so lpack prod to make the zip file, and then Python 3 deploy primus 1.18.1. So it connects to the game through the admin. Same kind of authentication as the GM using RSA key, and makes the version available so we can actually switch to it. Maybe this time I'll try the live switching, which is always fun because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Right, so let's do that. I was logged out due to an inactivity. Feels bad, man. So if I refresh, now we're on the latest version of the front-end client. So you can see it says C chat instead of just chat. Showing you the hotkey right now. Okay, so let's try a live. This could go horribly or it could go really well. We'll take a snapshot first. And then I'm going to, one at a time, switch these versions and see what happens. Let me watch it in the back end. Because I want to see if it actually works. I want to see. Hold on. Tail-f out.text to see this. Okay, so we're going to bump the follower first to 1.18.1. Here we go. So it takes that server out of circulation, and it should add the new one back in with the new version. And it's going horribly. Interesting. Okay, so that went horribly. I don't really want to debug the RAF stuff right now, so I'm just going to take the whole thing offline and go into do this manually. So, whoops. The snapshot I made is probably the very last one, right? Yes. The time looks correct. So I'm going to blow away the journals. Let me do a diff. I can't show this on screen, so I'm like hacking the Gibson. If you're familiar with Chris's channel. I'm just making sure that the game snapshots are all pretty much the same. So I will remove the game journal. And copy the game snapshot to all 3 servers. And then go to the main config file. Sorry, I can't look at chat right now. Just a minute. Yeah, okay, one server got taken out of circulation. I gotta put it back in manually. And at the same time, I'll just update them all the servers. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. Hold on. Almost done. Server number 3 got taken out of circulation. I gotta put it back in. That should do it. So run the command again to start the servers. And cross my fingers. See what happens. Okay, it's launching all 3 with the new version. And connecting to them. Connection established on all 3. They all come up. And they're up. Reset this, and we're good. Yay! Okay. So my Raft, the Raft code to like switch versions live is broken, and I'll have to debug that. So I need to manually take the whole cluster offline whenever I want to update the code. So that's more pressure on me to do as much work in Lua as I can, so I don't have to change the C++ as much. Okay, what chat did I miss? Monochrome. Oh, you mean the graphics glitch? It goes all green. Don't forget to switch the scene back when you're done typing my password. You talking about the hacking the Gibson? I need to have more scenes in my setup. Chris has got way more cool ones. He's got transitions and all that stuff. I don't have any of that. I'm thinking like my BRB screen. Here, I'll show it really briefly. I kind of want to do have it show the game maybe with the chat, like, and have it just switch to different parts of the game as I add more parts of the game. So have it more dynamic and alive rather than a static BRB screen. That's probably the first thing I'll do when I update my scenes. Found a tool to find duplicated code. Decided to run on your company's core project. 2.28% duplicated lines. That's not that bad, is it? Average size of duplication is 80 lines. That's bad. I would expect 2% duplicated and like the average size 4 or 5 lines. That's probably fine. You gotta go lunch. I don't go to lunch. If I ever start to stream more than 4 hours, though, I'd probably do what Adam did when he had 8-hour streams. I'd probably do 4 hours, BRB lunch, and then 4 hours, and then the BRB would have some kind of fun, interactive scene. You once streamed a full League of Legends match in the wrong scene? Yeah, didn't it happen the other day and you highlighted it? Now he probably feels really bad about it. Poor Chris. Okay, anyway, this is updated now, so we can test these things, right? I can log back in, which means I need to get my password manager back out. All right, so I should not be able to attack. Oh, I forgot to remove that. Let's do that. That's the Lewis side, so I'm not so worried about that. He's gonna kill me if I stand still. Oh, yeah, he did. I go to fix a script, and I'm like, oh yeah, he was still fighting me. I'm probably going to die. Edit combat. Submit. All right, so respawn. Now if I attack too quickly, it just says you can't attack again yet. So, yeah. Yeah, this fight is a lot more tough now. He killed me. Good thing that I can respawn and just attack again. I can just do what some World of Warcraft players do, just spam it anyway, even though it's on cooldown. Wow, they're more ruthless. I think I need to rebalance the game. How to rebalance it? Probably reduce item cooldowns. So let's do that first. That's easy. That's in Give Sword, right? What cooldown do we think we want to have for attacks with the sword? What do you guys think? My vote would be half second instead of a second. So you can attack twice as often as the NPCs can. And I think we'll give a bonus to hit so that you don't miss as much. Either that or give more damage. Do more damage maybe? Damage bonus? Let's give a fixed damage bonus of like 3 points. Reduce the cooldown to a half second. Alright, the thing is this affects new swords, not the old ones. So I gotta dispose of my old garbage sword. Give sword. Alright, so all new swords are buffed. So drop this worthless piece of garbage and go talk to Bill and get a new one. Sword, please. Oh, I obviously got the tile set wrong. What's the tile set for this production? 6562. Yep. 6562. I had the test environment tile set number in there. So while you can talk to Bill now to get a sword of the incorrect tile set before I fix it. Too late. Fixed. So let me drop this damaged sword. It actually is there, but you can't see it. Maybe I'll pick it up for now. So give me a sword that works, please. Yes. Thank you. Actually, if I just drop it here and no one picks it up, then it'll disappear after a minute. Or I can just vaporize it. Let's do that. There it is. Now it is gone. All right. So this I should be able to attack every half second. So I stand more of a chance. And it should do more damage too. Yeah. So I lived through that encounter. And yeah, so it's definitely more buffed. But I'm already going to die again. He's probably going to kill me. Oh, I'm dead. Yep, knew it. Okay, cool. I could do front-end work to actually show the cooldown. That might be kind of cool. Wouldn't be too hard. I just need to draw a pie slice thing, right? Let me look at my plan to see what did I intend to do. So we did that. Oh yeah, I can do that. That's not too hard. The drop is harder because that's a C++ system. So we'd have to wait for the next deployment. But actually the get, actually both of them would be. Let me postpone work on that. I could do this next, I guess. So when you're in attack mode and you mouse over here, show a target reticle of some kind. So I need a target reticle. You know what that means? It's a sprite time. Let's pick I don't know. I sort of already have a target reticle, don't I? And it was under tiles, I think. No. Which one was that? It was entities. Close this guy. Entities. This one. What size is this? Could I just use this sprite? Oh, hold on. I gotta take this call. Yep, sorry, that was a quick reminder call that I had to take. All right. This is 64 by 64. I guess it gets scaled down, right? So I can maybe use this one. Let me just try to use this one since then I don't have to pull any new assets out. Okay. So that means that it's the front end change. So let's test it here. So the front end player console. Hold on. Something showed up on the production server. I just want to look at it. Huh. Someone's sending HTTP requests to the server, not HTTPS. And it's not going to work, whoever that is. I wonder how often that happens. It's server 3 too. Oh, I was seeing this before. It's because I'm on port 8088, I think. Right? Yeah. Anyway, don't really care about it right now. All right. The stage is where I want to do this, right? So basically I want to load another sprite just for the target reticle. I can do this in phaser, where's it, phaser ready? Or would phaser init be better? Where is phaser in, where's the phaser record? There it is. Phaser create. On phaser ready. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, so something here. I want to load a sprite for attack reticle, right? I guess we can do it anywhere. So let me put a bookmark there. And look for a sprite. Sprite? Let me copy. Can I copy from somewhere else? That's the only time we add a sprite. Okay, fine. Back to there. Okay. Let's put it in stage. I can call it anything I want, right? I kind of want to have this show the shape of it anyway, so let's define it to be null here somewhere. Right, I have cursor. That's for the admin cursor. So it does belong here. So target reticle null. Stage target reticle is stage scene add sprite, and actually I want it to be added if you mouse over it while you're not an admin and you're in attack mode. So let's move this. Let's just make some functions to add it and remove it. Maybe similar to these other functions I have here. Can I collapse all this? Yeah. I'm surprised I don't have functions to like add and remove the cursor. Huh. How did I do that cursor? Destroy cursor. Oh, because it was all done in on pointer move. Okay, but then, okay, so there's two places I might want to destroy it. So I'll do the same kind of thing. Destroy target reticle. Okay, and then destroy cursor. Wherever we destroy that, yeah, like we're hiding the stage, we might want to destroy the target reticle. Maybe I should combine those two also, maybe? I don't know. Because if we're always calling them together, yeah, what? Okay, so I should just call this something more generic, right? Let's combine these two. And call it something like destroy UI sprites or something. Something like that. So destroy, actually let's just go rename globally this. Destroy UI sprites. And then the lines that I added, like target reticle, can remove that. I just thought of something. I pushed a tag and a commit here. I never pulled it. There we go. Okay. Cool. So we have UI sprites, right? Stage.cursor. Yeah, so if there is a target reticle, we want to move it too. That's actually, let's just copy this form and paste it here. If target reticle. Now, when do we show it? We would show it if we're not admin and the state is the, there's a state in the session input context, I think. Let me find this. Yeah, input context is attack. If we're not the admin and we're in the attack context and we have no target reticle and we move over the view, we're going to make a target reticle. And it's not a graphics, it's a sprite. And it's going to need to have an asset, which I do have. So we can just load it. So it wants the x and y coordinates directly. If I set an origin, okay, so if I don't set an origin, it's just corner, right? And then I don't need a set position. Hold on. Put a bookmark there. Let me find where I did set sprite texture. Okay, so I need a tile, I need a key and a frame. But that's all I need? What else does it set on the sprite besides the texture? It sets the origin. Okay. So the corner, which is, I don't need to do set position anymore. There's no line size or any of this stuff. Okay, it does have the depth though. Let's use the same depth as the cursor actually. Okay, and then, oh well, I'll need to set the size. Where is that set? Oh, I probably am not setting it. Okay, so I have to look this up then. I don't know enough about phaser. To phaser.io we go to learn. The API docs, please. Okay, game object sprite. Can I set the size directly? I can set the width. Changing this value will not change the size of the game object is rendered in game. That's actually what I want to do. You set the scale or display width. Display size? Calling this will adjust the scale. Yeah, sure. That's what I want. So set display size. Tile size. Tile size. And then, is that all I need to do? No, I need to set its texture. And it's not from a texture map. Actually, that means I need to load it separately, right? The frame is optional. I guess it just displays the whole thing if there's no frame, so I need just to give it a key. What are we calling it? Target reticle? And it's, the name isn't very the well, I guess I could make another copy of that. Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking of reusing that graphic. Let's just make a copy so that I can make it different later if I want to. It was entities.ping, right? This thing? So let's just make a copy of it and call it target reticle. And we'll just load that on its own, okay? So I need to load, okay, we're done with this and this. I just need to load that at some point. So where do we do the loading? Like phaser ready? What's that used for? This assumes that every file loaded is from a tile set, so I kind of don't want that, right? I just noticed something. There's this ID and I'm not using it. So I can clean this up a little bit. Right, I can get rid of that. Oh, I actually need the parentheses. Okay, yeah. Can do that. This I turned out didn't need. Okay, but this, I don't need to do that for every file though. Okay, so what I can do is if, what does find return if it's not found? Let's ask devdocs. And I would like dark mode, please. Thank you. And find. Array find. There we go. Otherwise undefined is returned. Okay, so we can like compare with null or something. Or just use it in a Boolean context. I can say if not updated tile set return or something like that. Otherwise, it's going to crash when it does that. So now it's safe to load other things that aren't tile sets. So I can just load it, right? I can do it at any time. So what is it? How do we load assets right now? I guess I'm going to cheat and look at my prototype game where I did this. Here. Add sprite. Right, so it had like a ping in there. Oh, that loaded from an atlas. But where do we load the atlas? Was it just .load? Huh. It was, oh, that's Pixie. Okay. Phasers load multi. Okay, so I just need to do a phaser load something, I think. So, yeah. Where's the best place to do that? Here? No, that's just the deferred action stuff. Okay, I guess I can do it anywhere here. How about right here? Stage, scene, load. Hey there, Frosty. How are you doing? I am trying to just load a target reticle into the game and show it. Surprisingly difficult, we have never done it before. So I think it is the scene, if I can remember this right, it's not the game object, it's like a class loader plugin or something. Yes, loader plugin. And there's like a load, and this is the, when you do phaser.load, you get to the loader plugin, and then it's, you pick something, right? It's, so usually you do texture atlas or something like that. I don't need a texture atlas. What was it? Multi-atlas. I don't need a multi-atlas, but I just want to verify we're in the right place. Yeah, so here's multi-atlas. Can I just load a simple texture? I just want to load a texture. How do I do that? Sprite sheet. It's gotta be easy. I'm just missing it. Atlas. I don't need a whole atlas. Is it just, no, there's bitmap font, but there's no bitmap. You guys can't even see that. There you go. Sorry about it being blinding white too, but that's Phaser's problem. I don't see it. How do you just load a simple texture? There's gotta be a way. Okay, let's go to phaser.io examples. And I just want sprite. I want to load a sprite with the ping, that's all I want. Textures maybe? I just want a simple one. Actually, it's probably not textures, it's probably sprites, right? I don't even see sprites in here. Maybe it's loader sprite or something. Can I just load a simple texture? Can't be that hard. How about image? Load image. What's the code look like? Oh, it's just image. Okay. Did I not see that? Yeah, there it is. It's just image. Blah, blah, blah. Key is using the texture manager. Okay, fine. So key and then path, or I can name them if I want. Okay. So load image. Target reticle. And that's going to be slash target reticle dot ping. Okay, let's see if that works. Hey, look at that. It's off a little bit though. It's centering it on the corner, so How do I fix that? Oh, this assumes a corner. Yeah, this assumes that the center is the anchor point, so I need to fix that. I guess we are doing a set origin then, and then not using corner X. I can actually adjust this here, right? This tile X. What's center? Oh, that's already calculated for me. No, that's not right. Hold on. I think it's the way the center is calculated, right? Width minus 1.5, so that will be the middle of the tile. So I have to add, so I could either add half a tile when I set the position, but then I'd have to set the origin. Or here I can subtract, so it's better to subtract tile size over 2 here, right? Or do I need to add? Might be off by 1. That didn't seem to make any difference at all. Yeah, it's still putting in the corner. What the heck? Did that not work at all? Oh, it's setting it, but then not putting it there. So I don't even need to. I don't even need to know that, do I? I do for that reason. So, oh, it's these I need to add it to. Yep. Well, hold on. This is using the corner. It's not really the corner, is it? It's the if it is the corner, then the origin is wrong. Oh, maybe I need to set the origin explicitly. That could be. So let's set it explicitly. Right here. So set, what is it? I forget how to do this. So I'm gonna look it up. Set origin. But I don't want 0.5. Do I? I think I just want 0. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So now I have that your target is in my sights. Okay, leaving the context didn't get rid of it though. I need to fix that. That is actually an action called reflect something, right? Oh, maybe I don't have it here. It would be if you hit escape here. Set input context. And then that reflects back, right? Yep. Comes back to this reducer. So yeah, I just need to capture that in the stage middleware then. Yep, right here. Oops. There we go. And there are 2 places. This is to delay it if phaser hasn't loaded yet, and then we handle it up there. Set input context, and then define it here. If I could spell correctly. Sometimes I think when I mistype, it's because I don't have good posture, and I'm like at an angle or something. I need to like sit up straight, fix my posture. This is given an action input context, so let's get it. Input context. Or should I just pull straight from the reducer? Because the reducer runs first, right? So I can just pull it from the state. So I can just say get state. And I need the stage. Okay, because what we're going to do is say, it's destroy target reticle, which I need to have again, now that I think about it. Reticle. That's if get state, where are we? Session. Input context is not equal to attack. Destroy the target reticle. Okay, so that was destroy use UI sprite. So let's add this back again. Const destroy target reticle. And then I'm going to copy this much of it out, paste, and then call one from the other. All right. See if that fixes it. Stage is not defined on 434. That should be stage there. Okay. Attack, and then stop attacking. Okay, cool. Now I need to make it so the click actually does an attack. Oh, the other thing is if I hit attack and don't move the cursor, it doesn't show it. So I need to actually respond to that, right? Input. So if it is equal, we need to create it. Otherwise, we need to destroy it, right? So what would it do here? Update target reticle? Or create target reticle? Yeah, let's do create. Const create. So we'd only want to create it on the last cursor position if it's on the stage. So I don't remember exactly how that worked. Let's look and see. Pointer over, right? Only if pointer over. If pointer over. Well, really, if not pointer over, return, right? And also, if, actually, we can gang them together, right? If not pointer over, or we have a target reticle already, then if we're over the stage and we don't have a target reticle, we're going to create one, right? So let's put a bookmark there. Right, I still have this one, so let's do that there. Stage, right? And I would need to know the corner X and Y. And where is that stored somewhere, right? Or do we store that? We don't. We probably should, though. Does this last interaction, can I use that? Maybe. What's last interaction? No. That's if we actually like click or something, like if we're clicking and dragging, right? Yeah, so I don't want to use that. Or if I do, I want to make that just a Boolean and move the X and the Y somewhere else. Let's do that. Let's make it last X and last Y. And we'll make last interaction just a Boolean. So this will be false. False. And then, so this will be last X and last Y. And then this will be true. And we also get the X and the Y. So we'll store it here too. We'll have to store it in two places, right? if it's like a pointer down, we're storing it here, but also we want to use it for pointer moves. Right, so on pointer move, we're going to store them. Last x is, I want tile x and y, don't I? Or do I want corner x and y? I think I want tile x and y. Hold on. When I used last interaction, was it the tile coordinates or not? Yes, it was. Okay, well that settles it. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna store tile x and y in there. Stage last x is tile x. Stage last y is tile y. All right, so that means this can move, right? Well, the corner x is calculated weird. So I can move, I can make a copy of that in here. And then copy this. This is going to remove my other bookmark when I do that. So do that, and then paste there. And then this becomes stage last x, stage last y. And we recalculate the corner, we add it, and that's it, right? See if that works. So just hit Q and not move the mouse works, and I can still move the mouse. Cool. And if I hit Q when I'm off the stage and move on, it works, right? Nice. So then the final thing would be if I click, it would do an attack. That's what I want, right? And it should only do an attack if it's adjacent, right? So then we can calculate the move direction, the direction from where we clicked. So that's interaction. Where is that done? Interact, here we go. So we just need to have a handler for it. So it's, oh no, we don't. This is based off of the panel we're on. What we should do is, if we're not an admin, right? Well, we should just check here. If get state session input context is attack, then we're doing an attack interaction at this point, right? We are going to what happens if they attack out of range? Should I actually print something like cannot attack that target? I could do that just locally. Rosdy, you're bored from leveling yet another character in WoW? Yeah, see, that's sad. I stopped doing leveling in WoW because, like, I figure I should only be playing the game if I'm having fun. And it's okay to be bored if you know you're going to be fun. I mean, maybe that's what your objective is, right? You have to level to get to the fun part. But I ended up realizing I was just leveling for some stupid achievement, and it wasn't fun. So I stopped doing it. So nowadays I only play WoW to play with friends, doing the raids and stuff. And fortunately, they have it set up now where you don't have to do stupid endless grinding for the raid content. People say you do, but like, who cares about the flying? And I mean, it's nice to have, but it's not essential to interact with the social group. And like, maybe you could grind to get that squeeze out a few extra item levels, but it's like, you just know how to play the game and you do well enough. Unless you're in some kind of hardcore mythic raiding group, which I'm not. Okay, so attack context and you click. I think what we'll do is we'll calculate where it is relative to the center, right? So that is, I can do const, right? And why do I don't even need, I need to use let because I'm offsetting by the camera position here, right? This is to calculate the world coordinates anyway. I don't need the world coordinates. I just want to say, delta x, I guess, is x minus stage center x, I guess. Right, or is that already taken into account? I think it already is, so I don't need to do it's x and y is relative to the center, right? Let's see. Console.log attacking xy. Let's see what I get. Attack him. Oh, I have to actually click. Oh, because I have that thing in there. Then I move this up here, don't I? Yeah. Try it again. Attack. 1-0. It's interesting. It fired twice for some reason. Oh, it's when I drag. If I click and drag, it's repeating the interaction. Okay, so don't want it to do that. So we shouldn't set that, should we? Actually, it's not getting set. Why would it repeatedly interact? Is that because of this? I think that's why. So I would do that first. And when does that get set back to false? On pointer up. Great. That's what I want. Okay. And we should also turn it off if the input context changes, right? And our interaction was to attack. How do I remember that? Actually, might as well just keep sending attack messages, right? If we have a reticle. So I won't worry about it then. All right, so attacking x and y, and they were relative to the center, so that's good. So it's if they're both non-zero, we can't attack that target, right? So if x is not equal to 0 and y is not equal to 0, I'm at the 3-hour mark. One more hour, then I gotta go. Can we just do a local chat back? When did it was like, okay, let's see the path that it takes from here. Chat. On chat. Reflect chat received. Do I call that locally? I do, okay. So that's exactly what I want. I don't want to input, I want, well, I want game, right? So, but I know I want game, so I can just take that and change it to game. And I could say, you cannot attack there. Actually, let's make an error. You cannot attack that target. And then return, right? If either one is 0, we know we can do an attack, so I can just issue an attack, can't I? Where is that done? Attack? That would be here somewhere. Attack. Yeah, here. I just need to dispatch the attack action. I just need to have a key, right? So I need to turn the direction into a key, which then turns it back into a direction. But that's fine. Actually, that's just done for chat anyway. I ultimately need one of these keys. That needs to go to the server. So I guess I can do it with the table. So const In fact, I can do this all together, can't I? Yeah, I can just have a table here. Const, actually, I don't even have to define it here. I can define it outside, right? Attackable offsets. Attackable positions. And then this would be a table where each entry is a key. So, and has in it the X and Y. A is left, so that's -1, 0, right? S, for A, let's just do AD and then WS, because that's +1 and that's 0. If I really want to be pedantic about it, I give space like that. And it looks nice. Although I always resist doing spaces for alignment. In this case, I'll make an exception because it just looks beautiful. Attackable positions, right? So we'll say const key equals attackable positions get, or is it object keys, I think? And then find a key where and here we can make that code, right? Because I would really like to do this. I would want to say const attackable position is this dereferenced by the key, and then would say return attackable position X is X, right? Or X equals, turn it around. And same thing with Y. And then we'll say if key, then attack. Otherwise, dispatch, you can't attack that target. So attack is dispatch actions attack key, and we are done. Let's try it out. Hey, look at that. Okay, but it didn't take the reticle away. In fact, maybe that's what we want. I think I do actually want it to change the input context. Actually. But there's one mode that people might want where they just stay in attack mode. Like if I move next to this monster, it's super convenient to just keep clicking, right? Oh, he killed me. That is super convenient. It's just then to escape, I have to actually hit escape. Attack mode, exactly. Maybe I make that a user preference or something. You either stays in attack mode, or it attacks once and then switches back out. It's just if it gets stuck in attack mode right now, they'll have to be like, oh, how do I move again? And they'll have to know that they have to hit escape. I'm just going to have it leave attack mode. So that's after we dispatch the attack, we dispatch actions set input context. And I always forget what I did. Yeah, this thing. I should maybe make that its own action that has a shorter name. Oh, why am I building? I don't need to build, it's JavaScript. Yeah, okay, now it works. So if you really wanted to, you queue there, and then just, we're attacking him, or her. Oh, and I still have that wimpy sword, that's why I was dying. Because it's got a 1 second cooldown. Oh, I'm dead. They won. No, rematch. I keep missing. There we go. I win. but I am hurt. Okay, I like this. Let me check this in. All right, I forgot to check that in. That is buff a sword that the test NPC hands out. So reduce attack cooldown from 1 second I'm going to say 1 second, right? In fact, I can just spell out 1 second to 1/2 second. And then increase base damage from 1 to 3. If I was really pedantic, I would spell these out, which I am, so I will. Okay. Add attack reticle and allow you to click to attack. So in summary would be show target reticle and allow click to attack. I'm actually, while I'm at it, what if I do, there's a feature that people requested, which is click to move, where if you're in the default context here, you can click and it would just move in that direction. That might be kind of nice, right? Click and hold and you keep moving, and then you release and it would stop moving. Yeah, wouldn't that be convenient? What if we just do that now? Yes, click move, yeah. Sounds like it's a popular feature, at least with meme clear bombs. So that's just in this interaction mode thing here. In fact, I could do it right here. Well, you know what I can do is I can say, if you're an admin, check to see if the click context. No, let's just make it a non-admin thing. So it'd be inside of here. Or I can turn it around and say that these are all admin functions. And then the else part is a non-admin function, which is in fact, I should just move all of this in there, right? If yeah, I don't need this return then, right? I don't need any of these returns. Else if, let's get this once actually. So input context const, whoops, const that equals that, and then we don't have to keep looking it up in this shape. It would be what? Actions, right? Means there's no this is the default context, right? And so I think what I'll do is I'll say if it's on, how should we do this? If it's close, if it's which axis it's closest to, right? So if x is negative and the absolute value of x is greater than the absolute value of y, then you're moving left. Yeah, that's what I'll do. If so, x is less than 0, else if x is greater than 0. Actually, it'd be better to just have 4 different if statements, right? Yeah. So, oops. If x is less than 0 and the absolute value, this is math.abs. Yep, math absolute value of x is greater than math absolute value of y. Then we're moving left. So dispatch actions move, I think. Where would I find those? And that would be key down. Or do a move, right? On input direction. Here we go, this thing. And that would start you moving. So I just need to have it on pointer up if we're moving. So let's have an extra piece of state here. Otherwise it's going to get sticky, right? We're calling it stage dot, I don't know, moving. So let's make a moving that's false to begin with. Moving false. Yeah, why wouldn't I implement? I just never got around to it. Isn't programming very exhausting after a few hours? I can go 4 hours and it gets tiring. Then I need to take a break. Other people can go all day long, sometimes 24 hours. It's crazy how people can just keep going. When you're very young, you had this weird job next to this programmer who had googly eyes, but one eye was looking up and the other. Oh yeah, I've known a few people like that. That's like a kind of a birth defect. Yeah, it's kind of cool how they've adapted that. They've learned to their brain is adapted so that it doesn't bother them so much. If it does, there's actually surgery you can get to correct that if you're young enough. Yeah, it's like being very dexterous, right? Multitasking. Yeah, that helps if you like what you're doing. So if right, this would be my hobby, even if I wasn't trying to make some money out of it in the end. Uh, okay, you're saying if you do any hobby for money, it can get tiring. As a hobby, you love it. I think you can get tired of anything if you don't take breaks, but having it something you like your hobby, helps keep you motivated so you don't get tired mentally, like emotionally. You don't get tired emotionally as much. You get tired physically, you need to take a break. But burnout is like when you get tired emotionally, I think. You just can't do it anymore. Yeah, if you love programming as a kid and made it your profession, you won't keep it as a hobby. Actually, that didn't hold for me. I would actually do programming for my job. Then when I got home, I do more programming. I would say I wouldn't do it regularly because you just get tired from working. But and there were days that I'm like I did programming all day at work, even though it's my hobby at home. I really don't feel like doing programming anymore today. So I can agree with that. At least for me, sometimes yes. All right, moving. The idea is that we'll start moving. And actually, if we change the position, we'll just keep moving and changing the input. So that's we're gonna have to have a whole bunch of these. If it's greater than 0, then we're okay. The key is A. And I'm gonna just to reinforce it. It's a single character. It's going to be a single quotes, and this is D. And then else if Y is less than 0, and that's less than, then we're moving up. And then if it's greater than 0, then we're moving down. Right? I think I got that right. And then I need to make sure that on pointer up. Actually, let's take this in the clipboard. Pointer up, right? I need to say if stage dot moving, then we're going to turn it off. And the way to do that is you have nothing. But I should probably make that double quotes, right? To reinforce that. So that's turning off movement. Is when you say your input direction is nothing now. Let's see if that works. Oh, look, it works. Sort of. The input direction isn't changing when I move the cursor, though. And it looks like I can get it stuck. Yeah, if I move out of range. Okay, so that's one problem. It's on game out, right? So we have to do the same thing. Let's do a turn off move if moving. We can just do this, right? And then do that, and then do that in 3 places. Yeah, let's do it in all 3 places. I don't want the move to get stuck on. So move, and then, yeah, move. Moment we move the pointer out, it stops. Thing is, I should be able to swing up to the top and change the direction, so I don't know why that's not working. Input direct. Okay, so let's print something out here. Console. Moving up. Moving, dude, that's left. This is right. Oh, thanks for the follow. This one's moving up, and this one's moving down. All right. And let me watch the console this time. Oh, it should be console.log, shouldn't it? Yep. Console.pog. Don't you think console.pog should do, like, show a huge pog champ or something? Console.pog? No? Am I the only one who thinks that? Moving down. Okay, yeah, it didn't swing to moving up, did it? Oh, it's only when I only when I press the button down. It's not when I move the mouse. So I should button this up and put it into a function. So, what am I gonna call it? Let's call it, start moving. X, Y, right? And we'll need to have, actually need to have a bunch of things. Stage X, if we need stage, we need dispatch X and Y, right? We'll button this up first. Let's put it here. It was stage, dispatch, X and Y, right? Let's make sure I didn't break anything. What is my game? What does Lux name mean? I don't know. I think of the Luxor in Las Vegas when I see Lux. Purposely make left equal right and right equal left to confuse players. Oh, yeah, yeah, when they're drunk. Yeah, sure. Although that always annoys me in games that do that. But maybe that's the point, is to annoy you so that you don't get drunk in the game, right? Okay, didn't break it. So now I would like to have this do a few things. I want to only if the move direction is changing actually do it. So that means I'm going to make moving more elaborate than just a boolean. I'm going to have it be a null. And then this will be the direction, actually. And then I can actually move the... No. Hold on. I know I can do it. I can say if... Well... Yeah, I can move this stuff out, right? And I don't need to say this, do I? Yeah. Oh, let's move that out. To here. And we'll say this is move. Okay. And then move. What was this? That was D, right? And this one was W, and this one is S. And we'll say if move is not equal to stage.move. So else would be move. Actually, they don't need an else because it just stays null, right? Well, it should be something. Let's make an empty string, right? Because that's what we want to do when we stop moving. Yeah, then this move down here would need to be empty string. Yeah, so if move is not moving, then change it, right? The key is move. And actually, we also want to save it. Stage moving equals move. So then if you center it, it would stop moving, which is what you wanted anyway. And then the moving we need to use somewhere else, right? Turn off moving. So if moving, then moving is empty string. So I need to say if moving is does an empty string turn out to be true? I can actually ask. If empty string console log Yes. Else console log. No. No. Okay, good. So it turns out to be falsy, so it won't turn off the move. Cool, that's exactly what I want. Hey there, Batcraft. I'm doing okay. I ran into a lot of bugs earlier, but I got through most of them. Now I'm working on Click having doing the move for you. And it's not quite working, and I lost my debug message. Let's put it back in here. I wanted to have it printed here. Console.log now moving, or move changed to. And then move. That's what I want. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, nice. The street sweeper is finally here. Hold on a second again. Yeah, it's kind of noisy, so I had to mute it anyway. All right. Yeah, I was going to see what that does. Okay. Move change to S, W. Oh, right. I forgot to, I need to call this again when the pointer moves. So that's on pointer move. When do we want to do it? We want to do it if start moving. It's this, right? I will need to repeat that in on pointer move. Where do we want to do it? I suppose we would do it here. Yeah, well, okay, we can get that again, right? Const that equals that, and then I don't need to repeat myself here. Actually, I want to do it's non-admin only in here if that, else if that. Yeah, so then I can locally scope this down to here if I want, like that. Let's try it out. Const just says I want to make sure I don't change the value after I assign it the first time. So it catches me it would catch me just like this caught me if I accidentally like were to change its value after I set it. So it's just like a little bit of a safety net. It doesn't actually do anything in runtime other than catch me if I do a mistake. And what's the error? X is not defined. That is true. X would be tile X, right? Yes. And Y is tile Y. Yeah, so I can demonstrate that. So if where did I have const? Well, here the entire function is const, right? What's a better example? Oh, this const, right? So what if I said input context is A, right? What that'll give me is when it compiles, it'll say right when yeah, right there. It's read only. Input context is read only, and I can look at the call stack and see that, oh, oops, that's read only. So you actually get an exception thrown that if you're if you're in the debugger, you see it there. If you're not in the debugger, I think it just let's test it. I think it just puts it to the console, so that if I just let it happen a few times and then open the console, we'll have seen it there. Yeah. So you see it as an uncaught error unless you had the debugger open. So it's really nice and handy to stop you soon so you can fix the mistake. If you don't care, then you'd either use let or var, I think, or you just don't put up something in front. All right. Ooh, that's a problem. It's moving whenever I mouse over now. And now it's completely ignoring my input. Ooh, that's a mistake. That shouldn't happen. I put in a warning there on purpose. Told us to add a sprite when we already know about it. Okay, yeah. So it's moving even though we don't have the pointer held down. So it has to be not only we're in the actions context, but we have to be moving, right? Or we have to have the pointer down. How do I track that the pointer is down? Dropbox is bugging me, so I'm going to kill it. How do I kill you, Dropbox? I guess I can do it this way. When programs in Windows annoy me, I'll show you what I do. I find them and I kill them. Where are you, Dropbox? Dropbox. Dropbox. Not only am I going to kill you, I'm going to kill your entire tree. Goodbye. There we go. No more Dropbox. Yeah, on point click. So on point down, there's this interact, and I save. Where would I save? Last interaction is true, and then I turn that off on pointer up. So that's what I want. I want if stage last interaction. So that's not really a good variable name, is it? So let's rename it. We'll call it interacting. Yes, that's what I'm going to call it. I don't use Dropbox anymore, but I keep forgetting to uninstall it. And now they just gave me another reason to uninstall it. That they had a pop-up window saying, "Would you like to explore the features of Dropbox?" I'm like, no. I don't use Yahoo anymore. I use OneDrive, mostly because OneNote forced me to. On the Mac, you can only open notebooks in OneDrive. And also I have a, what do you call it, an Office 365 account anyway, so they give me like a ridiculous amount of storage on OneDrive included in that, so I just do that. You use Google Drive? I haven't tried Google Drive before. Okay, there's a problem there where it switched too quickly. I think it got ignored. Yeah, the built-in rate limit thing is a problem, right? Oh, there's a point along the diagonal where it translates to no direction. So I can fix that by making it a not, what is it? Instead of a greater than, it's greater than or equal to, right? And then there will be no dead zone along the diagonals. There we go. So if I do a quick, yeah, if I do a quick swipe across myself, it will not work. But that's, I can live with that. There we go. Now I have just point and drag to move. Yay. And if I want to attack, I can go down here and hit. Oh, okay, that's obnoxious. The pointer up is not working always. Oh, because it's too close. It's too soon. Wait a minute. If I hit a key and then release it really quick, it does work. But if I do the same thing with the pointer, it doesn't work. Why is that? Is the pointer down actually working? Let's see. Point on pointer, or on pointer up, right? Oh, this is backwards. Well, it sort of is. Doesn't matter. I should have this print something though, right? Console.log. What am I printing? Move changed to empty string. So it actually appends it to the string if it's just a string? I didn't know that. Ah, okay, didn't know that. Didn't know it would do that. So momentary click. Yeah, it didn't actually, it said it would do it, but I guess it's rate limited. I bet it's in this action I do that, right? Let's find this. Would it be start move? Move cooldown begin. I wonder if that's what it is. What does that do? Move cooldown. Aha, so it ignores a start move if it hasn't cooled down. I think we should only have that apply if you release the key, right? Hold on, let me think about this. I think it should only apply for new moves. So, what's the best way to do that? Only do move cooldown begin if it is if the key is not empty. Yeah, let's try that. This is where start move. Okay, good. So if key length greater than 0, then begin the cooldown. That might fix some other problems people were seeing with the keyboard input or moving. Okay, it's still not working because it's ignoring the release. Let me see this. So console.log applying move cooldown. Hey there, ad hoc learner. How are you doing? Oops, I didn't mean to shout that out. Let me remove that. Well, I don't know. Do you stream at all? I'll just remove that. How do I remove? I can't remove my own message. Oh well, you got a free shout out. I meant to do that to wave. But you got a free shout out. I can't remove my own message. So what's done is done. If you ever stream, you just got a shout out. Okay, let's see. It applied the move cooldown. Oh, if it's cooldown, it gets ignored. Okay, so yeah, I want to do something else. Is that if move, it should be if again if it's that and that, then ignore it, right? That's what I want. I don't think I can't purge my own messages. Can I? I mean, that would purge all of my messages if it's possible to do that for the broadcaster. Yeah, I don't have a shortcut for that, but if you go there, you'll get to see my inspiration. Actually, if you go to there and you go one down, you'll see my inspiration is Ultima 4 and Ultima 5. That's what I'm most directly influenced by, because I played that for hundreds and hundreds of hours when I was a kid. You see the similarities? There's the world view, and then there's UI panels around it, so same kind of thing. Can't purge the broadcaster, yeah, so I can't undo my own mistakes. I don't know Argentum, but that's cool. What engine do? I use Phaser.js for this graphics, but everything else is handmade. Just like Handmade Hero. You know that guy? He's also on Twitch. So I like to do stuff from scratch and show how it's done on stream, so that's what I've been doing. The only engine libraries are things like Phaser.js. It is technically a game engine because it has like physics and graphics and sound. I don't use all of that though. I'm just using the simple sprite and graphic stuff. And the other frameworks I use are not really game engines. They're more like libraries for making HTML and stuff like that. You want to make an online game too? Nice. I feel for you. It's a lot of work though. I would start small. To make it online, that means you're splitting your code between server and client. So right now I'm working on the client, and the server is busy working in the background, and we're seeing messages here. And it's in a completely different programming language. So server is in C++ with some Lua scripts added in, and the front end is all JavaScript. So that means you're really making two programs that have to run together And one of your two programs, you have no control over where it's run because the client runs it. So it makes it interesting. All right, so did I get the movement direction done? Yes. Nice. Can I switch movement midway? I can. As long as I don't do too quickly. Let me actually print out when it gets ignored. Ignoring move. In fact, maybe I'll leave this in so that people can see it. Ignoring move. Too soon. Too soon since last move. Something like that. I should see that now if I move the mouse around too quickly while I have the pointer held down. Yep, there we go. But during normal like move, oh, there was one there. Oh, because I'm right. It's the diagonals are the boundaries. If I stay within the cone and I don't like cross that line more than once, then we're fine. It's if I hang around this diagonal too much that I get that. Yeah. I mean, it feels better. The only real way I'll know if this is good is I let you guys play with it and you tell me if it's good or not. Let's move through that teleporter like that other guy did. Zoop. Okay, and then the tech stuff still works, right? Yeah, look at that. There can only be one. Oh no, I think it's gonna be him. Die. No, I'm dead. Respawn. Ha ha ha. I can respawn, you can't. Okay, yeah, I have this weapon that has a cooldown of a second. I win, though. I win because I can respawn and he can't. Alright, we can remove some of these diagnostics. I'm going to leave this one in here. What else does it print? It prints a stack trace? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so moved, changed. So we can remove this one. Actually, let's look for all console logs. Remove that one. Remove that. Whoops. Remove that one. I'm leaving that in for now. That's my reminder that I really need to improve that design. So you see that a lot when it first loads, because until phaser has loaded, it can't process some of the server messages. So there we actually managed to load before the server told us to do stuff. But a lot of the time you'll get these where the server told us to do stuff, phaser wasn't loaded yet, and so we had to hold them in the queue, and then when phaser was ready, then we processed them. Otherwise we get really weird glitches. Alright. Oops, didn't mean to type there. So, yeah. So if I spam the movement keys, I'll get this now. Ignoring move too soon since last move. Yeah, so you get, that's why when you hit one key and quickly hit another key, it doesn't move in the other direction. It's because of this. So that might be what Toulouse ran into. And so, yeah, now once I deploy this, you'll be able to see this. Actually, this is all front-end changes. I can deploy this all now, right? And then you guys can play around with it. Let's do that. I like giving you guys new features. So we will call this a new version of the front end. A new minor version. We'll bump that number again. I need to remember to deploy the target reticle ping, though. Package.json. Version 1.23. npm run build, and another window. Just so I don't forget, I'll just do that now. I want to deploy. So AWS S3 copy the target reticle. I guess I have to be in the public folder. AWS S3 copy target reticle to S3 iBucket. Make sure it's there. So then when this builds and I deploy it and then people hit the attack, they'll see the reticle show up. I did it right. Okay. While that's running, I'll just check the code in. Yeah, I'm using AWS for the backend. I'm running on all of the front-end files, all the JavaScript files and HTML and CSS that are served to you are on an S3 bucket, and they're cached in CloudFront. So it's pretty passive. I just deploy it once to a bucket, and then it loads it whenever you fetch it from CloudFront. And then the The server side is actively running on EC2 instances. That's Elastic Compute Cloud, like virtual machines. And I'm on the free tier of AWS still, so I can run like 10% of one core of whatever machine they run on that runs virtual machines, and stays free. And we're at like 4 to 5% right now, so like we're using half of what I could use for the free tier. If we used more, then I'd either have to work on my game to be more efficient, or I'd have to pay something. I'm probably near the end of my free year anyway, so I'll have to pay anyway. So one thing I could do is I could just be lazy and say, oh, I'll upgrade to a next higher tier server, and then delay having to optimize my code. Then it's a choice of pay more and not have to spend time on optimization, or spend time to do optimization and then pay less. All right, but right now it's all free, so I'm motivated to just ride the free tier, Okay, so this is adding both mouse-based attack and movement. And I also bumped the version, so this is front end v1.23.0. So add a target reticle when attacking. Actually, did I do that, or did I already check that in? I already checked that in. This is all the movement, isn't it? I ended up moving that, right? It didn't get added, it just got moved. Yes. Right, so it's all movement. So it's add pointer-based movement. Actually, that's all I'm going to say. Git tag front 123.0. It's built, right? Okay, so might as well just push it. I don't need this shell anymore. And do deploy. And then once that's done, everyone who's playing the game can just refresh and they'll get the new features. Hopefully I didn't break anything between front end and back end. I have 7 minutes left before I have to run, so I'm hoping this is going to work. So we'll go close that. I've been logged out due to inactivity. Okay, I'm going to refresh and log in again. And everyone watching can do the same thing as long as you have an account, or you can create one now. Let's see, who am I joining in the game today? There's player 298. Okay, so that's a new player. Let's go to the GM console. Might as well refresh here too. And that's interesting. Why is it not loading? Huh, weird. Anyway, that's in Cruiser. Welcome. You show up like with a generic name at first. Yeah, like this test 2. Like I'm not going to allow that one. No. GNU plus Linux rocks Windows sucks. I thought we already had someone. Oh yeah, Why is that showing up in the list? Oh, because I have it sorted wrong. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm like looking at old tickets, thinking, yeah, those are all the names I didn't want to have in the game. All right. Anyway, mouse-based movement should work, and I should be able to hit. Let's go attack someone. There we go. Die. Die. Hey, he's dead. I actually like the mouse-based movement, except for turning corners. That's a little tricky. Is that just an illusion, or was Batcraft able to go really fast there? I think that's just an illusion. You're not able to go faster than me, right? Okay. There's a speed limit. It's supposed to be a 1/4 second per move. If you're able to break that speed limit, I'd like to know. Yeah, you can't attack anything underneath you. You have to be next to them. And once you attack them, they're going to kind of stick around until one of you dies, unless you move away. It's all an illusion, I see. I wonder if I should have a right click to attack. Right click right now actually will move because it doesn't distinguish left from right and it opens the context menu. Right click to attack might be useful, right? Just to make you think that there's a bug. I see. I see how it goes. And Draklin is a sword. We just did that for fun. It's just his tile looks like a sword. He's not really a sword, so you don't have to be scared of him. Someone was beating up this poor NPC here, and they're slowly regenerating their health. If you haven't figured it out and you just made an account and you're wondering how you can attack, you got to talk to Bill here. He's a talking tiger, and you have to ask him for a sword. I'm going to say no. He'll say suit yourself. But yeah, talk to Bill. Oh, there's a new player in the game. You are who? Yaldini. Okay, welcome. Close that ticket, and we're back. So yeah, you can also change what you look like in the profile, by the way. So you talk to Bill over here and say sword, and then he'll say, do you want a sword? And you say yes, and it should show up in your inventory. You can move stuff around in this inventory. It's kind of a prototype. I haven't fleshed this out yet. I wanted to have so if you mouse over or click on it, it shows what the item is and stuff like that. The only thing you can do right now is you can drag and drop it around in your inventory, and if you right click, it drops it into the world. And then you can either get item, or you can just click pick up item or the G key to pick it back up. And items despawn after a minute, except for Draklin, the living item, of course. Oh, another player. Oh, 300! Player 300! What a milestone. Player 300 is don't pay money. I thought you already had an account, don't pay. Didn't you already have an account? I guess not. I guess I'm thinking of something else. Well, now you are player number 300. Quite a milestone, if I say so. Not yet. Yeah, just remember you got to talk to Bill to get your sword. You have a pretty big nameplate. That's going to have an issue where it pops at the boundary, isn't it? Yeah, it just kind of pops there. Because technically your sprite doesn't exist in my camera if you're one tile away off the screen. It won't actually draw you. Can you change your name? Yeah. So you go in here and you go to your name and hit change profile after you type in something. But just keep in mind there's a limit, like the game won't let you constantly change your name. I think I set it to like you can change it once a week or something. If I remember right. And every time you change it, you get remasked. It's just so that if you change it to a curse word or something, it won't show up for other people, you know, that kind of thing. And the GM has to make sure the name is appropriate, and then just like if it was a new account, you know. But you can always just create a new account. I think that's what people do, because I have a hard time thinking that there's 300 people. There's probably like only 50 people, and everyone's on average created 6 accounts or something like that. All right. I think that was good progress today. The fact that I can move around with the mouse, that I have a target reticle, that it should be fixed now. Oh, I need to test that. Oh no. It required a backend change, didn't it? I can't test it right now. Or does it? Hold on. I need to look at my Git history. Did I do a backend change that required... Oh no, I didn't. So I can test that now. I just forgot to do that. All right. So the test is first die. So I need an NPC to kill me. How about this guy? Will he be willing to slaughter me? Hey there, player 300. Did you change your name? You did. You are now don't pay. Doop, doop. Unmask. It shouldn't let you change your name again, though. And I am dead. So the test is, I should not be able, when I reload, it should always tell me I'm dead. I should not be able to get into the game. Wow, that was a lag. I should not be able to get into the game without seeing that dialogue. What's up with this lag? My upload's okay. Wow, that was a long time. Okay, the server's not overloaded. That's weird. Yep, it's that 4-hour mark. Maybe the universe is telling me that I should wrap things up. I don't know why this connect is taking us so long sometimes. But I'm going to say the problem is fixed about the this not showing up sometimes. I have to go to uh, take a kid to the orthodontist, so that's why I have to end early. So, yep, I'll be at appointments playing with Skizzers. So, sorry, not today. Orthodontists, you know, sometimes you take them to the doctor, sometimes you take them to school or back from school. The more kids you have, the more often you have to do this. Yeah, I'm wondering why the reconnect sometimes takes so long. Is it just that there's so many people playing the game? It's only 4. I don't know. I'm looking at the back end and it's not particularly loaded. It says load average 0. What's the CPU usage? 3.7% on the leader server. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, what are you eating for lunch playing with Skizzers, or is it dinner? I never really know. You just say food, so it's a little bit ambiguous. Is it empanadas again? What do I say to the tiger? You say sword. Oops, and I just moved you. Sorry about that. I have it so that if I click on someone and then I click here, it moves them. I teleported you inappropriately. Yeah, you say talk, and you say sword. Uh-oh, I'm being raided. Hey there, Void Venom. 777? I saw you were in Spheres or Users channel. How was your stream? You have a good stream? Yeah, you say sword, and then he'll ask you if you want to keep it. And you can say no. He won't be offended. If you say yes, you have to have room in your inventory, and he'll place a sword there. In before it's actually breakfast. I guess it could be. Pigs in a blanket. Ah, nice. It was quite boring. What was quite boring? A lot of waiting for Navmet. Oh, your stream. Well, I think it depends on the different people, right? Some people get really excited when I start just doing what I think is boring stuff like DevOps. I'm like, okay, they like to see DevOps. Cool, I guess. So welcome, Raiders. I am just about wrapping up my stream today, but I will give you a quick overview. You can try out my game online here. It is a multiplayer RPG. It's very new, so there's no content yet, but you can create an account. So we have like 4 people playing right now. And mostly today, I was making sure that some bugs that came up in the last few days were fixed. And I added a few features like you can, when you attack, there's now a target reticle. And also you can click to move. It used to be you had to use these buttons or the keyboard to move. Now you can just click and hold to move, release, and you stop moving. So there are these prototype NPCs. There's nothing special about them other than the way they look. If you have a sword equipped, you can attack them, and then their health bar shows up, and you have to be careful because they retaliate. And he will kill me if I stand here too long. But if I move away, he kind of forgets and forgives me. And I will go along my way, and their health regenerates. A lot of this is using Lua-based scripts, like, for example, the regeneration system looks like this. It's easier to show you in this here. And I apologize for the mess. It's kind of ugly. But this is a script run on the server every 50 milliseconds. And it's throttled down so it really only goes into this conditional once every 3 seconds. And it says, look through all the NPCs. For every NPC, if it has health, then if the health is not at maximum, add 1 health point and then request to the game to modify the NPC to update their health. And we also update their health bar. So we remove the health bar if they're at the maximum. That's what that nils do there. If they're not at the maximum, we just change the numbers. So all of the elements in the game look like this. So everything that is in the world has a position component, and if they wants to show up in the world, there's also a tile. And that tile information is sent to the client to say like which texture atlas to use, and what sprite within that texture atlas to draw. And the NPC component has a lot of information that's specific to a character. So it has the hit points, it has whether or not they're attackable, their aggro list, that kind of thing. Caps is capabilities, so the M stands for movement. That's the only kind of capability characters have right now. Can you move or not? And that controls whether you can walk on water or over mountains or not. So this is an entity component system. So entities have unique numbers, and then given that number, you can find all the components attached to it. And so what makes an NPC is that they have this component. If I were to look at the ground underneath the NPC, it's got some of the same components like a position and a tile, but there's no NPC component. It's just a background tile, right? So I've been building this up day by day, and if you have never been here before and you kind of want to see the progress from basically nothing to where we are now, I have some quick catch-up recap videos on YouTube. Basically, at the end of every week, I record for a few minutes saying, well, here's how it looks at the end of this week. This is what I did. I string those together once a month, and I have 2 months of those now. So a lot of this I built from scratch. I use a bit of game engine. This is Phaser game engine. I just use it for the graphics. I don't use anything else in that. The rest of this is on the front end. It's React to build the document, the HTML document, and it's dynamic. So if you flip between these tiles, the HTML is changing, and all the permanent state, like the persistent state that the app needs, is in either Redux or in local storage, or it's on the server. And when you're connected to the server, you can do this yourself if you're connected to the game. Open up the developer panel, and you go to like network, and you might have to refresh. But if you click on this, it won't say localhost. It'll say servers dot something. You can see all the messages that go between your client and the server. So anytime you move, it's going to spit out a bunch of like, here are some new sprites, move some sprites around when the NPCs move. And then these green messages are your instructions to the server saying, hey, I want to move, or hey, I would like to attack there, right? That's player attack, right? So it kind of gives you some insight on how the game is separated between the client and the server, and the connection between them. It's a WebSocket with these messages, so it's bi-directional. I've been having fun making it, and I take a lot of input from viewers to kind of guide, like, what should I do what should I work on next? And people will find bugs, and I'll reward them with points. The point system, you can't redeem points in the game yet, but I want to have this where people who help out a lot, like let's say Toulouse has 27 points, he'd be able to log in the game and cash out some of those points for, I don't know, a nice weapon or some extra gold or something. But I'm working towards having enough of the game infrastructure in place that I can start doing story elements. I'm not quite there yet. So if you log into the game now, it's mostly just like test stuff. These zones really don't make sense. These NPCs don't make sense. Like, why have a talking tiger that spits swords at you? It's just a test, right? Once I have enough of this, like the tools to build a world, then I'm going to transition, hopefully, to actually creating real zones with real enemies that make sense, with quests, things to find in the game, and all sorts of stuff. I hope to get there soon. So let me catch up on chat a little bit. Wireframe? A wireframe mode? Yeah, when I was playing around with 3D graphics, and I was playing around with like what was it? Was it culling? There's something you do in the graphics to like hide what's behind things, and when you can turn it off, you can like see through walls. And it's like, maybe I should leave this in, because maybe I'll want an ability in the game later where you can see through walls, and I'll want exactly this, right? Keep talking. Keep the talking tiger. He's cool. Yeah. I might just do that for fun. Like the test elements, they may be become like Easter eggs in the real game. You might find a named NPC with a nameplate on top, and you'd be like, what the heck? And you'd have to know that, yeah, he existed back when we were building up the game in test mode, and he's just there. Makes no sense quest-wise, but he's just there as an Easter egg. What's a Tuger? What's a Tigger? What's a tiger? A tiger. It's a big cat. El tigre? Right? Or is it la tigre? I don't know my Spanish. Anyway, my friends, I usually only stream 4 hours. I started an hour early today, so I kind of had to end an hour early. I gotta go to a orthodontist appointment. Yeah, that's a tiger. I'm sorry that the artwork doesn't accurately portray the menacing large cat that he is, but yeah. I will be back tomorrow. I generally stream from 10 a.m. Pacific to 2 p.m., so it's not quite 2 p.m., but I gotta end early today. I go every weekday, and I have a Discord. We don't use it that much, but if you have questions for me, you can always PM me in Discord. That's fine. And I also post there plans for what I work on. And I put my daily plans in my notebook, so at any time you can do the today command. It brings you to the today's plan. And I'll be, of course, doing 224 tomorrow. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Playing with Skizzers and Cthulhu. And let me go find someone to rate. Cthulhu, have you been, you just get here, or have you been lurking? We don't yet have the golem in the game to pursue you, Cthulhu, but soon, you will have to watch your back. Alright, Twitch is being kind of funny to me. Okay, I would like to rate someone who rated me a while back, and I haven't had the chance to rate back. Relatively smaller streamer, but she's working on an interesting game in Unity. Looks like she's working on line of sight calculation and math in Unity. It's a MOBA game, a MOBA style game. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cthulhu. I gotta leave early today. I apologize. It's gonna go big. Yeah, we're gonna raid Makings of a Hero. If you haven't seen this stream, she's working on a Unity game and doing line of sight stuff, so sounds cool. Hopefully she's not ending her stream right now as I raid. That happens sometimes, you know. Alrighty. I hit the button, so I get to set up to leave. Alright. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.